Hey, what is up, y'all? Welcome to Game Night here at Heavy Cardboard. Teach, play, and discuss medium and heavy strategy board games, war games, 18xx. I'm your host, Edward Euler. Happy to be joined by folks that outnumber me 2-1.
Hi, I'm Martin.
Hi, I'm also Martin.
Pick a Martin tonight is the moral of the story. I'm not going to win. Tonight, by a lot of folks, a lot of y'all have asked for this. So Imperial Steam, designed by a good friend and just good human being, Alexander Huemer, the designer of Lignum, and published by Capstone Games. So yeah, tonight. So I realize this has been out for a number of months, but we have a pre-production copy, which is a production copy with one exception. That exception is the sticks, like for rail, for track. We had to grab the ones out of bus. That's it. So I think the ones in a production copy are a little shorter. So if yours seem a little shorter, yours are probably right and didn't have to steal it from. It doesn't matter. All good. I just want to let everybody know. Yeah, a lot of y'all have wanted to see this. We played it for the first time Saturday. And then we played a patron-only like pre-play to get ready for this again last night. Both of those 4 players. Tonight, obviously, 3-player. None of us have played it 3-player, but we're all kind of stoked to see it. Also, a couple other things. Number one, we are playing with the like the fixed setup. So, like what it recommends you play for your first game. We're doing that more or less for y'all than for our sake, but we are curious about the random setup. None of us have played with that. If we stream it again, we will do it that way. That's number one. And number two, we are going to do a full teach and a roundtable, so keep in mind for all of that. That's all I got, yo.
Yep.
If you're placing bets, bet on Mr. Fowler.
He's 2-0. Yeah. He is. So
and that means there'll be reversion to the mean, and these guys are mean, so there we are.
The first time he spanked us so hard, you think Edward and I just joined a fraternity.
It's going to be a good time tonight. So hopefully y'all enjoy this. Sit back, have a beverage of your choice. Let's get into Imperial Steam. The industrial age is starting to boom. You are in need of more workers for your factories. And you also need more workers to build railroad tracks to expand your railway network. This, in turn, will enable you to deliver the goods from your factories to cities with high demand. But do not forget to earmark goods for fulfilling profitable contracts, because when the connection to Trieste is made, your net worth is all that matters. I would like to point out, I appreciate that there is no attempt at setting in this. The fact that so we're like Austrian robber barons, I think.
I would imagine so, yeah.
Right? That's kind of the theme, but it doesn't give us the premise of that. I appreciate you look, make the most money. The end. Yep. Okay, let's get to it. So what is it y'all are looking at? Well, we have a number of boards out here first off. So obviously we have the main game board, and let's go ahead and take it top to bottom. So we have the round track up at the very top. So there are 8 tracks, or 8 rounds, as you can see, at a maximum. Also, there are different locomotives. We're going to call them trains, locomotives, whatever, steam engines, whatever you want to call them, up there that will become available as the game progresses. The main part of the board itself here is dominated by brass-ish connection. It plays nothing like brass, has nothing to do with brass, but when you first look at it, because kind of the tracks kind of look like it. There are 3 different tracks out here. There are the white ones, as you can see, predominantly, especially towards the top part of the board. Those are just standard builds. Then the orange ones are going to be tunnels, and the black ones are going to be bridges. That'll make sense as we go along. Then there are, obviously, the various cities. There are really kind of 3 different kinds of cities. We have our starting city, and a preface, we're going to butcher the names tonight, just the end. So Wien is where we start.
Vienna.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes,
that's Vienna.
I had no. Vienna is where we start. Okay, excellent. Then there are the normal cities, if we will. Okay, all of these that are out here. Some are pre-printed on the board, which will not change based on player count and random setup and the whole 9 yards. Here, there, and Trieste. And then there are what's called hub cities, or delivery cities, kind of, but in the 4 colors. We have the brown, we have white, we have green, and we have blue. So that is the main part of the board over here. Obviously, we're going to be building track as we go along. Then down here at the bottom, we have the influence track over here. Influence is going to be turn order, dictating, as well as our ability to buy workers in the various cities based on where we are on this influence track. It's also going to be some endgame scoring and stuff as well. Then we have the market, the goods market. There are 4 different types of goods in the game. We have wood, stone, iron, because universally iron's orange, duh, and coal, all right? So that's what we're looking at here on the main board. But then there are other boards out here. We have the worker board over here on the left. The worker board is, as you might guess, where you're going to acquire workers. There are 3 different types of workers in this game. There are your standard workers, which are on everybody's player board over here, as well as in their supply. Then there are, tunnelers tunnel engineers and bridge engineers, which, wait for it, allow you to build bridges and tunnels respectively. All right, cool. All right, so we have worker board over there. Then down below that, we also have the factory boards, or factory board, I should say. The factory board has factories of the 4 different types of resources which allow you to produce those resources. Again, wood, stone, iron, and coal on that. All of these are attuned to the player count, so 3-player board, 3-player board, and all of the cities out here, except the hubs do not change just the location, but the cities themselves are attuned to or tied to the player count as well. So those are those 3 boards, but there's still a whole lot more to take a look at. So what do we have? We have public contracts down here, endgame points. There you go, boom, done. Over here, we have the main part of the game, I would argue, because ultimately Imperial Steam is an action selection game. It is not a worker placement game because there is no limiting of where you can go by other players. But we are going to be taking actions by placing our action markers out here on the 11 various actions, which we will go through in detail there, all right? So that's kind of the core mechanism in this game, and obviously most of it will take place out here on the main board. Then we have our player boards, and in addition to our player boards, we have our share boards. Our player boards are broken up into a whole bunch of different things. At the very top, you have a phase track. So there are 8 phases in each round, and that kind of steps you through it, a little player aid. Then there's room for 3 different trains. Everybody starts with 1 train, a 3 locomotive, if you will, for the train aficionados out there. That comes with whatever the size of the train is, both the cost of the train, but also the amount of cars that train has. So it's a 3 train or a 30 train, if you will, and it has 3 cars, and it comes stocked with 1 of each resource as well. There are 2 action tokens. I'm going to use the term workers because we are all very much used to placing workers out here to take actions. So action markers, action tokens, hands, workers, all of that will go out there. But we also have workers down here, and these are going to allow us to build tracks. So these are technically railroad workers, because these are just going to be used to help us both with building railroads, but also, I guess technically, they're also factory workers. But they're not going to, they are different than our action workers. So it's going to be a little confusing, but it'll make sense as we go along. So then moving on, we have our storage spaces. You have 1 that is unlocked at the beginning of the game. There are 2 more that can be unlocked throughout various actions that we can take. We have spots for our bridge and tunnel engineers as well. Then we have our docks, or our, I don't know, storage area for next turn, like upcoming resources will come there. And we have a little storage space for the factories as we build factories as well. But wait, there's more. Then we have keys. Keys are going to be endgame points whenever we deliver coal to the various hub cities out there. And then there are, off camera, there are a lot of different they are identical, but they are cars for the trains as you upgrade and buy more trains. Then there are reserve spaces for contracts. More on that. Then the game comes with, it's not paper money, it's like card money.
Ew.
But Martin is here on stream, and I don't want to hear about it, so we're playing with poker chips. They are 50s and 10s. There will also be hundreds that come into play, so obviously the game doesn't come with poker chips, so keep that in mind. And finally, over here we have the resources, the 4 different resources, and then we have investors. I didn't really talk about the share board, but investors will go there and your share price will be there, which again, money is victory points. We have our bus sticks, i.e. rail. Then we have additional, both, we're going to call them workers because they are workers, but railroad / factory workers. And we all have a player aid, which makes everything so clear. It is the 3 free actions on one side, and on the other, we have in-game scoring as well. All right? So to the best of my knowledge, that's everything you're looking at. So now, how do you play? Well, as an overview, goal of the game is money. We start with 130 guilders. That's the only time you're going to hear that term by me. It's bucks, it's dollars, it's because, yeah. So we start with 130 bucks, so that means our baseline is 130 points. Anytime you spend money, you're spending points, anytime, and vice versa, so know that. Whoever has the most money at the end of the game wins. So ultimately, what we are going to do is we are going to take actions out here with our action markers / workers to build factories, build railroads, and do all of these things and produce resources, deliver resources, and fulfill contracts to get money to be able to win the game. That's kind of it in a nutshell, if you will. Okay, so overview, that's what we're doing. All right, so how in the world do you play Imperial Steam? Well, the game takes place over a maximum of 8 rounds. Realistically, what we have found is 6 to 8 rounds is what the game will go. I say 6 to 8 rounds because at the end of the 8th round, the game will end. Or the game will end prematurely if one player has built their rail network and made a connection down to Trieste, Italy. When that happens, you finish that round and go into final scoring at that point, all right? All right, so with that said, of those 8 rounds, each round, except for the first one, follows the 8 available steps. Let me try that again. The 8 phases of each round. So let me go ahead and go over and show you all of these. Woo! Still can't talk. Let's try that again. The 8 phases here, we're not going to talk about them right now. Why? Because in the first round, you start in phase 7, which is the meat of the game. The meat of the game is taking actions. So that's where we're going to start. All of the other actions feed into that. They are kind of a maintenance series of steps, and it does a really good job of walking you through it. But since the first round begins in phase 7, we're going to start in 7. When we're done with that, we'll talk about all the other steps or phases, and then we'll go through it from there. All that makes sense?
Yes.
All right. So with that said, 8 rounds, 8 phases, except for the first round. The first round, phase 7. And what we are going to do is, that looks a little fuzzy, doesn't it?
Yep.
Let's try that again. There we go. That was weird. Sorry about that. All right. So on a player's turn, in turn order, you are going to take 1 action. You must take 1 action. So taking an action, when it's your turn, you're going to place a hand and action marker on any of the available 11 spots. If I've gone there and then on Martin's turn, he can also go there. On subsequent actions, when it becomes, say, my turn again, I can choose any of the available actions, including an action that I've already taken, like so. The downside of that, though, is I want to go ahead and highlight the anatomy of this. In the top left-hand corner, it shows that this is an action that you can take. However, if at any point you take an action that you have already taken in a given round, it's going to cost you influence. We are going to start with some number of influence, which we will talk about before we get started, moving down the track. So if, for instance, it was something along the lines of, say, this, on my turn, then I go ahead and place a second action marker on there. It's going to cost me 1 influence for the first time you duplicate, and then it's just cumulative from there. So in that case, I would move back, and that would just float up. And this is going to be for turn order on a subsequent turn. or a subsequent round, as well as other things. If on another turn later on, indulge me, hand me a hand. Give me a hand. Thank you. If I were to do something along the lines of that on a subsequent turn, I now have placed it 3. So basically, you count the number of hands that are on there before you placed, you're going to go back that much influence. So if I did that on a third action in the same round, I'm going to go back 2 more steps. So 1, 2, so on and so forth. I think that's pretty clear. I don't need to belabor that. That is the same for all 11 actions. All 11 actions. That includes the I'm passing and doing nothing with this action. If you did that twice, you guessed it, you're going to go ahead and move back 1 influence as well. That makes sense? Good. Moving on. All of the 11 action tiles, you'll notice have a number on them, 1 through 11. That's for reference. Okay, hey, action 5. Really, what it is you're just going to say, I'm going to take this action, put your hand on it, so on and so forth. There? All right. Let's not belabor, let's move on. So, the first action is going to be one of the key things in this game, which is building track. All right, so let's go ahead and talk about a few different things on this. There are 3 prerequisites or kind of things to be aware of on that. The first is the amount of effort or how much worker energy you're going to expend for building track. The second thing is every time you take this action, you are allowed to build a maximum of 2 track. So for 1 set of resources, you can build 2 track provided that you have enough effort. And finally, you may have to pay other players that have already built track on that area. So we all start up here in Vienna because Wien is Vienna, clearly. All right, so if we take a look at the top part of the board over here, let's go ahead and take a look at the actual cities themselves. If you took this action, the amount of effort that it's going to take is located in the top left-hand corner. So building from Vienna to Baden, whatever, 3 effort is made. You're allowed to build up to 2 track, again using the white track, which is normal, regular building. If you did something like this, this would cost you a total of 6 effort. Now, you might be asking yourself, what the heck is effort? Well, now we're going to talk about this part of your player board to talk about effort. And what that is each of your rail workers, as they are out here, the game may progress to where it's something along the lines of like this. And if so, you'll notice the amount of effort that each worker can expend or, that can help you out with is a total of where they are, 1, 2, or 3 respectively. So in the example earlier to where Martin needs to expend 6 effort, then it's a mix and match. You do it however you want. Each worker that you expend is going to be, or kind of exhaust, is going to be that much effort. So in that case, that would be 3, that's 6, hey, good to go, awesome. And let's say he only had, I don't know, let's say it were that, then it would be 3, 5, 7, that extra effort's wasted, you don't get change, right? That just means, I guess, they worked a little easier that day. But as it is, they are one-time use per turn, or per round. What I mean by that is, when they're exhausted, they're exhausted. They can't build track twice. However, in our example from earlier, if it's something like this, that is 6 effort, I still have 5 effort available. If on a subsequent action, I wish to build more track, I can do so. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. All right, so that's effort. However, there is additional cost there. And the cost depends on what type of rail you're building, be it standard rail is going to cost you 1 of each basic resource. So you have a wood, a stone, and an iron. It allows you to build up to 2 rail. That's not per rail cost, that is, you build 2 rail on regular ones. That makes sense? That's pretty straightforward. Later on, as you acquire either bridge engineers or tunnel engineers, you can build on those track. However, the difference here is every time you use them, in other words, every link, every single piece of wood or each link of track that you build that requires them requires 1 additional matching resource as opposed, or in addition to having that engineer on your board. You can only have 1, you never get rid of the engineers, but you will discard additional resources. So if On my turn, I say I want to build 2 bridges on my turn. It's going to cost me those 3 regular resources in addition to 2 extra stone, 1 for each bridge that I'm building. Does that make sense? If I'm using 1 of each, it would be a extra stone and extra iron. If it's only 1 basic and 1 bridge, it would be just the basic and then 1 additional stone. All that clear? That makes sense. Pretty straightforward. However, the last thing that's on there is paying opponents. So let's say on my turn, I say, hey, I want to go ahead and build there as well. Well, somebody has already built there. That's okay. It just cost you 10 bucks to pay to that opponent. If Martin, the other Martin, was already there as well, I would have to pay them each $10 to be able to build there. There are benefits for doing so as far as, hey, you might really want to just get in there, and so you can, all right? So that's the basics of building rail. But now let's talk about kind of some general rules about building rail. First off, you can only have 1 per player on a given link. You don't need to have multiple. There's no reason to. Number 2, each city that's out here can have a maximum of 2 of your links on it. So for instance, if I were building something along the case or something along the lines of like that, that's okay. Check that. Let's say I built something like that. First off, it must be contiguous rail. So I can't build that and then maybe just, hey, I'm going to build that. It's got to connect back to Vienna, first and foremost. Secondly, each city can only have, you can only use 2 of the rails going into and out of a city unless you have a station. What does that mean? If you take a look at St. Polten here, I am using this one and this one of the 4 that go into and out of St. Polten. To be able to build a third, I have to have a station there. So in other words, I have to have one of these stations already there. So what does that mean? I am allowed at the beginning of the game, theoretically, to build all 4 of those, obviously over multiple actions, because you can only build 2 rail on a given turn. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. All right. So let's run through it again, because that's a lot of information. Place your hand, lose influence if it's a multiple, expend workers for effort, then build your rail, expending the effort that you need, I should say. That's pretty much it. But now the benefit to doing so, every time you go into a city, you get the bottom part on whatever is in the city. So coming down here to Baden or Baden, those are called business opportunities. Those discs, you take whatever the one on top is. They can have 1, 2, or 3 on them, and then they descend from there. So in this case, a 2 business opportunity allows you to do any mix and match twice of bumps in influence, 1 per, obviously, bumps in share price without any penalty, so 1 or 2 in that case. Or finally, the third thing that you can do is on the back of your train cars, you can flip it over and it no longer becomes storage for your resources. It becomes income every round, but you lose the ability to store resources on it. So every business opportunity, you choose one of those 3 things for each, and you can mix and match however you wish to do so. That's building track. Any questions on that? Yeah. The last thing about it, this one piece of track here in a 3-player between there and there, I'm not even going to try, allows you to take this special little tile, which at endgame scoring is going to allow you to get income in additional time. So there's that. The other special little thing is down here in the middle part of the board. You'll notice that there is a state-owned track there, and there's another right there. You cannot build that using regular build actions. Instead, as a special action, you can just buy it. Straight up pay cash as a free thing to do. However, you'll notice that between Morale and Feldkirchen, you'll notice that the price up here in the top right-hand corner is $20 or $30 respectively. You pay the higher amount and you put one of your track, provided that it's contiguous track. The normal rules apply. 50 there or 40 there. If other players have already built there previously and you would like to build on that state-owned area, you pay the lower amount. So yay, but you pay it to the player that's already built there. If multiple players have already built there, you pay each of them, just like earlier when building when other players have already built there. Does that make sense? All right, I think I've covered enough on laying track. That's going to be early and often, but not as often as you might actually think at the beginning of the game. All right, second action. Well, I had mentioned workers. Well, hiring workers, that's this action. There are 3 different types of workers, as I mentioned. There are your own workers. They are a bridge builder or a bridge engineer or tunnel engineer. Let's go ahead and, I can't talk today. Let's go ahead and talk about the worker board over here. The worker board has 4 different colors that represent the 4 different hubs out there. The hubs, their value or their influence actually is up here. So using this as an example of where we are, you must be equal to or above or past a given city marker to be able to purchase workers from that city. So as it is, yellow, yours truly, can only buy from the brown factory or the brown city, hire workers from there. Whereas purple can do from green or brown, and blue can do everything but white. So it's your choice, okay? So the cost for workers is going to be dependent on where the marker is. So if you take a look, every worker costs where it is at the moment you buy it. So unlike a lot of other games, if let's say I say I'm gonna go ahead and buy from the brown, because that's the only one I can, you buy from one track and one track only. And what I mean by that is some of the cities have multiple tracks. So if it were like something like this before I buy it, I probably want to pay less, so I'm going to choose that track. The number of workers is up to however much money you have. You'll notice 10, 20, all the way up to 50. If a marker has reached the top, it's a one-way trip, so as it moves up, it's never going back down. Once it reaches 50, workers in that city are just 50. So if I want to hire 3 workers, it's 10 for the first, 20 for the second, 30 for the third, 60 bucks, and I get 3 workers. Pretty straightforward, pretty simple there. I take the workers from my supply, and they immediately are available, but they are at the level down here, like so. Easy enough? That makes sense? Mm-hmm. Only other thing is you can hire engineers. You can hire engineers from any city of your choice that you have qualified for. It does not have to be the same city that you hired your own workers from. So, looking at our example here of purple. Purple can hire from green or from brown. So let's say on purple's turn, purple says, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and, going back to this, I'm going to hire 3 workers, 1, 2, 3, okay, done. But I also want to go ahead and hire one of the engineers, maybe the tunnel engineer. So I'm going to go ahead and hire it from the green. That's going to cost 30 bucks in addition to your other workers. Or maybe just hires that by itself. Pretty straightforward there. Any questions on hiring workers? All right, moving on. Excellent. All right, so the third action now, moving on, is going to be placing stations or building factories. And by building factories, I mean building a factory. So placing a station or building one factory in a given action, okay? So let's go ahead and talk about placing stations first. So placing stations, pretty simple. Wherever your network is reached, so in my case, it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 options to be able to place a station. Each city, whether it's a hub or regular, has room for 1 station on it. That is first come, first serve, and that's that. To be able to do so, you just take the station off. It's going to have a couple of benefits. Number one, hey, it's an extra 10 bucks of income. It's an extra storage spot. This is removed from the game, good riddance. And your station will go out onto the board wherever it is that you want to place it. And let's say, you know what, I want to go ahead and put it right there in Bratislava. The cost to doing so is, you guessed it, the number in the top right-hand corner. And what is that benefit? Well, again, that stuff that I talked about down here. But in addition, it also allows you to use all the branches and not limited to just 2 on a given city. Pretty straightforward, pretty simple there. The second option here is building a factory. A factory. I want to stress that because you're going to be flush with cash on occasion. It does happen. And you're going to want to buy a bunch of factories. You can buy 1 per action. The cost per factory is the rightmost visible number on the top. So 10, 10, 30, and 20. And guess what? Those only get worse as the game goes on. Keep that in mind. So pretty straightforward. You say, hey, I want to go ahead and build that factory. I pay that amount to the bank. But then there's one other really important caveat that you need to be able to have. I mentioned earlier that your railroad workers also double as factory workers. Well, you'll notice that there are factory spaces out here, which are all of these spaces out here in the game. Now, this one is for 4 players. We don't have a 4-player game. You get the idea. But you'll notice that not every city has factory spaces. And they are first come, first serve. So as it's full, it's full. You must have access to that city. So say, for instance, this one I have access to, whereas that one, Purple has access to, so Martin has it. I don't. That makes sense? Your board, you must take 1 worker off of your board to place out there. But the good news is you're going to get resources because it's a factory. It's going to produce some number of resources. How many resources does it produce? It depends on the quality of the worker that's in there. If you take from anywhere here, either exhausted or otherwise, you get 2 resources from the supply added onto the factory, 3 or 4 respectively. You know what? I like 4 more than 3. Let's say I went ahead and bought say a wood factory. Okay, cool. I take one of those workers off, I place it over there, and we put 4 resources over there for me to be able to produce them later on. When it's exhausted, it's exhausted. The worker stays there forever, but the resources don't ever come back. It's a one-way ticket out. Does that make sense? Yep. All right? Okay. Y'all with me so far? Everyone good? I know it's a lot of information. It's a big game. We're doing all right. Moving on. Produce resources. Well, now that we got our resources out there, well, let's go ahead and produce them. You'll notice that you take 1 resource of any factory or all factories that you have out on the board, and then where you have factory dudes there. So in this case, I have 1 factory. So I would go ahead and take 1 brown from there, and that immediately comes onto my player board. So let's go ahead and talk about storage for a moment now. Storage on your player board is broken down into 3 locations. First, on the backs of your trains, on the train cars that aren't flipped to income spaces or that are covered by reservation spaces. We'll talk about that later. But let's say it were something like this. I didn't have those on there. I have 3 available spaces on my train. Awesome. In addition to that, you have warehouse spaces, which are basically train spaces that can't turn into income. Oh, wait, they already have income. And then there is the dock. Whenever you produce resources, your resources will go either on a train or here. If they are all full, you know what you do with your resource? You probably don't produce it. You just keep it there. You don't have to take it off of there. But if you choose to take it off there, it's got to go there or on your train. Easy enough? That makes sense? Mm-hmm. All right. It cannot go here. That's producing resources. If I had 4 factories out there and those 4 factories produced, I say, hey, whatever, go ahead, put it on my available spaces. Notice, though, the locomotive is coal only because they burn coal. Yeah, all right, that makes sense. Cool. All right, good deal. So moving that back, we'll keep that out there. Good, done. Any questions on producing? That's pretty straightforward. But again, once all the resources are gone from a given city or from a given factory, as it were, they will never come back, and that's it. All right, moving on. Buying resources. All right, cool. Well, if you're not going to produce them, or maybe you're not producing enough, what are you going to do? You're going to buy them because you know what? You're going to need resources. So, resource market down here. There are 2 different options on this, and I shouldn't have moved that yet. Sorry. First option is you can buy 1 resource from the market and immediately have access to it either put it on a train or into a supply spot. Your choice if you buy one, and the obvious price is the obvious price, okay? However, if you wish to buy more than one, and let's go ahead and look at this first, then I'll show you how this changes. Given what round, it's going to be a limiter of either 2, 3, or 4 resources per round that you're going to be able to buy. Not per action. This is an important point to stress. This is how much room you have on your dock, period, for the entire round. Because when you buy those resources, you're going to place them down on your dock. So looking at the top of the board, in the fixed game, it's going to be 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 2, 3. So again, when it says 4, you can buy up to 4. Or you could buy 2, and then on a different action, buy 2. What you can't do is buy 4, and then buy 4 more, or any more than multiple. Because you can buy multiple in different actions, meaning buying one at a time, they come up here. Buying multiple goes on to there. But given the round, pretty straightforward. I think you guys get what I'm saying on that. That makes sense? Mm-hmm. Again, the cost is here, and it's, for the most part, a one-way ticket to Expensiveville. When these run out, and they very well might, there is still availability of them. It's just implied to be $40 a piece. Okay? All right. So that is purchasing resources. One other good reminder that apparently somebody suggested on BGG, which Shrey conveyed to us and we're going to do, whatever round it is, take that marker and put it physically on here so that when you do this, you know, oh, hey, I'm only allowed to buy 2 this round. And then when it's the next round, you just put it up there upside down so that you know, hey, that's the round, what, yada, yada, yada. You get the idea. Okay, cool. So whoever that was, thanks for the idea, and Shrey, thanks for conveying that. Next, it is a train game. You gotta buy trains, yo. All right. So there are 2 different ways to acquire trains. Everybody starts with a 3-value train. You can either buy additional trains straight up out of pocket, and if you do so, you just pay whatever the amount is that you wish to buy, depending on, you can buy 1 train at a time. When you do so, you pay that amount to the bank, you take that locomotive, you take the associated number of train cars from the supply, and if you bought it, it comes with a coal on the locomotive. I mean, the factory doesn't, you know, it basically a free tank of gas to start with your new train purchase, all right? So that's what that option is. Or, in lieu of that, you can say, hey, those are expensive. I want to just go ahead and upgrade this train. Okay, well, you can upgrade it and you pay the difference. So upgrading from a 3 to a 4 is pretty simple. You literally just go ahead, or a 3 to a 5, you just go ahead and replace the 3 with the 5, paying 20 bucks, obviously there. You do not get a new coal. However, if you have a coal existing, it will transfer over. And then you just, hey, go ahead and add a couple of cars on. Boom, and you got a couple extra spaces on there. Pretty straightforward on that. Now, you might be asking yourself, which trains are available when? Well, unlike an 18XX game, in the first round, the 4s and the 5s are both available there at the top, up here. And then after round 3, so basically anything to the left of where the round marker is, that's what's available. So in round 4, you could either buy a 4, 5, 6, or 7, etc., all the way up as we go. You'll notice in the top left-hand corner of the 6, 7s, and 8s, those have a little gray hex with a +1, 2, or 3, respectively. What does that mean? When you buy them or when you upgrade, you immediately get that influence boost. So if I just straight up bought a 7 train in round 4, I get 2 bumps. Awesome. And then later on, maybe I upgrade that 7 to an 8. Okay, cool. It doesn't come with coal. I get the extra train car. In addition, I get 3 bumps of influence. Even though it only cost me 10 bucks, I get 1, 2, 3. That's awesome. That makes sense? All right. Cool. That is buying and upgrading choo-choos. Again, you're limited to 3. Pretty self-explanatory given your player board. Moving on. If a game offers you endgame points, might I suggest you get some endgame victory points. What are those? In this game, those are contracts. So there are 3 different levels of contracts. They are level, wait for it, 1, 2, and 3. When you take a contract, we'll look at those in a minute, 3 things are going to happen. Number one, you're going to block off some available freight cars permanently. Those are reservations to fulfill the contract. Number one. Number two, you're going to get the associated number of investors, 1, 2, or 3 respectively. And finally, any factories that you have built that match the contract for the factory can immediately go on it because those are in-game points. So let's go ahead and take a look at the contracts down in this part of the screen. All right. So the 1s, 2s, and 3s respectively require 1, 2, and 3 factories. What color are they? Well, it all depends. The value at the end of the game, that is a maximum of what you are going to acquire. If you do not fulfill the contract, it's very likely going to be negative that much money, but not guaranteed. Nor is it guaranteed endgame points even if you fulfill the contract. We'll talk about why in a little bit. But you're going to block off 1, 2, or 3 freight spots, and you're going to get 1, 2, or 3 investors. And again, those are straight up in-game victory points. That's it. You don't get anything else other than the associated investors until the end of the game, and that's only if they complete. All right, investors go here, bottom to top. We'll talk about why those matter in a little bit. But again, if I went ahead and took a level 2 contract, or better yet, let's say I took a level 3 contract, I'm going to get 3 of these really crappy markers. Again, they're reservation spots, so we're going to go ahead, block off that one. We're going to block off that one, and oh no, I don't have room. But good news, you are allowed to freely move resources between your storage spaces as well as your cars. So, okay, I'll just go ahead and move that there, and then I'll put that there. However, note that once they're flipped, you know what you can't do? Block off passengers. You can't, you're transporting resources from the factory. You're reserving those spaces. These have already been converted to passengers, so you can't do that. So once they're flipped, there's no reservation spots. So you have to do it off of ones that hold resources. If it were something along the lines of, say, this, and I got a level 2 contract, I would have to block that one off, and unfortunately, I would have to block that one off. And what happens to that resource? You guessed it, it's just going to permanently go away. Okay? Any questions on contracts?
Nope.
All right, easy enough. The next in the 8th action, philanthropy. You're just going to straight up buy influence. I mean, we're robber barons, right? Okay, cool. $10 per influence. How much influence do you want to buy? Your choice. Up to the amount of cash you have. For every $10, you move up 1 step. So if I were here and I say, I'm just going to straight up, let me go ahead and buy 10. From there to there, boom, done. If when you move up, somebody's already there, you go to the bottom of it. If they move up on a subsequent action, let's say Martin then went ahead and bought 2 influence or somehow got 2 influence, be it from business opportunities or whatever, he would go 1, 2, and then you immediately float up. The immediate is important because then on a subsequent action, if either of the Martins were to then lose it, it would come back here. And then if this Martin lost 2, would actually go from what was first to now 3rd on a subsequent turn. This does not reset until the next round, so keep that in mind. Okay? All right, that's buying influence. Cool. We are almost done. Don't worry. The 9th and penultimate action that actually does something. This is all about investors and your share price. So manipulating your share value. There are 2 options here. The first one is you can bump 1 share price for every action that you take. So if I did that, and then on a subsequent round I did that, it would cost me 1 influence because multiple, and then I could bump it another 1. But every time you bump it, you're going to lose some number of influence. How much influence? It all depends on where your marker is down here. So if it were there on the first action, -1, I would go there, I would drop back 1, those would slide up. Then if I took it again, like over here, I would then move up, and that would cost me 2 influence. Okay, 1, 2, you get the idea. You might be asking yourself, Why would I want to do that? Well, the reason you're going to want to do that is possibly you're going to want to take on investors. And when you take on investors, you're going to get whatever the cash value is where this marker is, with a kind of catch, if you will. Because the other option here is you may drop your share value any number of spots and you get exactly nothing for it from that action. You might be like, whoa, dog, why am I doing that? Well, earlier in that example, I had gotten a level 3 contract. A level 3 contract comes with 3 investors. So 1, 2, and 3 investors. The reason this matters is because I want you all to see, now we're going to go ahead and talk about free actions. We're going to talk about the first of the 3 free actions that you can take anytime on your turn. This says an investor can invest in your company for 10% of your company at the end of the game, as long as the investor is equal to or higher than the share value. Okay, so let's say I had somehow gotten this way up here. That's awesome. So my investors are not willing to pay $180 for a 10% share of my company, but they are willing to pay $130, or in this case, $90 if it were that. Well, then that action that drops it as much as you want, because again, it has to be equal to or more than to be able to have them invest. That makes sense? So on your turn, you may invest as much as you want up to where your share marker is. So in this case, I could take on a 10% investor, and I would get $90. Even though he was at the 130, it's where your share value is. So I would get 90, and let's say, you know what, I'll go ahead and do it again. Another 90 for $180 on my turn, or in the middle of that free action. And then I can either take my main action or continue with my action, however that may work. But the downside of this is each of these guys gets 10% at the end of the game. Keep that in mind. So that's giving context as to why you might want to do these actions right here, manipulate your share price. Okay, moving on. Number 10, get $10. You may take this on occasion. They're chuckling. Why? Because you're probably going to take it more. Their money is extraordinarily tight in this game. Actions, less so, oddly enough. And finally, the last action is do nothing or pass. And if you, for whatever reason, say, hey, I want to pass again, you go back and influence. I want to stress one more thing. You must take the action when you place your action marker on the action. In other words, I have no factories, so I'm just going to go ahead and produce, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, i.e. I really am trying to pass. No. You're going to take at least one resource. You either do it or you do not take that action, meaning you can't place your action marker on it. That makes sense? Mm-hmm. All right. Those are all the available actions. So all of those things there are done to then in phase 7. So now let's go ahead and talk about the rest of the stuff. So the first round, we're each going to, in turn order, take one action, then take another action, and then, hey, the game ends when somebody is built down to Trieste, or 8th round. Has that happened? No? All right, go ahead and go to step 1. Step 1, take all your hands back. So any hands that are out here, obviously your action markers, everybody gets them back. Notice in rounds 2, 3, and 4, everybody's going to get an additional hand. So you're going to start with 2, 3, 4, 5 actions. So that's 20 some odd actions by the end of the game. You get the point. All right. After everybody has done that, hey, guess what? More resources are coming into the game. Again, in a 2, 3, and 4 game respectively, you'll notice that there is 1, 2, or 3 cubes in rounds 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Those are randomly put out there. Those just come out to the market. If there's room, there'll be room. Okay. So then after that action, then anything that is down here, everybody takes onto either your freight cars or down into your supply spot. And hey, if you did not plan poorly, number 1, we're all going to make fun of you. And secondly, you throw the goods away. So they come from here, go here, and if you don't have room, they just go away. Then everybody gets income. Finally, told you money's tight in this game. You get income. How much income do I get? Well, you start at the beginning of the game, 10 bucks. That's your income. As you unlock these, that's going to be an additional $10 per. And again, those passenger, as you flip those with business opportunities, that's $10. So if it were something along the lines of this, my income would then be 10, 20, 30. That is the only two sources of income in this game during the income step. That makes sense? Good. All right. Awesome. Let's go ahead and set this up. Let's say I had expended those workers on a previous round. Then we're going to gain experience from our workers. Any workers that did not do anything, they were training, apparently, because what's going to happen? They advance one step, and then everybody that was exhausted is refreshed. Then we change turn order. If that was the turn order last round, we then look right to left, top to bottom. Blue, purple, yellow, blue, purple, yellow. Okay, done. And then rinse and repeat, do it all over until one of two things happens. End of the 8th round, or somebody is built down to Trieste. That's pretty much the whole game, except for final scoring and a couple of other things. Those couple of other things. First off, when somebody builds down to Trieste, the moment they build down to Trieste, they count their links. On the path from Vienna to Trieste, 10 bucks they get, whoever built. If multiple players reach it, they each get it. That's cool. That's the advantage of getting down to Trieste. Oh, there's one other big advantage, which we'll talk about in final scoring. So 10 bucks for each of your links. Pretty straightforward there. Okay? A couple other things. You'll notice that there are factory spaces down here in the corner. This one says to buy a factory is going to cost you 40 bucks. Normally, a factory costs whatever this number is, but if you're going to place the factory on that spot, again, you have to have access to that one, it's going to cost you 40 bucks, whatever that city is. This one, very similar, if you wish to build a factory there, is going to be 40 bucks, regardless of anything else. That makes sense? Pretty straightforward on that. All right, that's pretty much it, except for one really big thing that I just realized I'd overlooked. And that is, there are 3 free actions in a given, on a given turn that you're allowed to take. You can take this any number of times. You can buy state railroads any number of times. Well, I guess theoretically 3 total in the whole game. However, the middle one, you are only allowed to do 1 per action. This is deliver resources and get paid to a hub city. So at any point on your turn, you can do these 3 actions, or any mix of those, before, after, or during your main action. So what does this delivering mean? All right, well, let's go ahead and put out an example for y'all. And let's go, we already have an example for y'all. All right, so taking a look. I have access to a hub city or a city that has demand for a resource, which is, say, Linz. Linz has demand for a single stone, whereas each of the hub cities has 1 of each basic resource and 1 additional coal. Whenever you deliver a resource to there, a couple of things. 1, delivery costs a coal from your board, meaning obviously not there because you don't have that yet, but anywhere out here. Okay? So either from a locomotive or if you have coal stored down here. So you discard that out of the game, then you're going to deliver whatever resource you have from a factory that's on the board. If that factory is empty, it can't deliver any resources. But as it is, it's not empty, so ergo, I can deliver. It's a first come, first serve over there. I deliver to wood. How much am I going to get from that is you're going to see the rightmost whatever, because obviously you will have had to have built a wood factory to be able to, so that wouldn't be there. Get 70 bucks. That is going to be one of the main ways that you're going to get money in this game, okay? And these, just like factories get better, good news, oh wait, no, not really, diminishing returns. The more factories get built, the cheaper it is, i.e. the less money it is. So as you can see, it just goes down for each of them. I do want to point out iron is 100 to start the game. So that is most of the delivery stuff. However, coal is a bit of an odd duck. If, indulge me, and let's say one of these, let's say though I had built a coal factory instead of a wood factory out here. It's a delivery, it cost me a wood for my player board, and it would cost me a coal, provided that was a coal factory, just work with me, boom, and I deliver coal to there. You get no money for delivering coal. Instead, if you take a look over at the factory spots, these are all going to have keys on them. It's a key to the city, kind of. There are two keys, a large and a small. The large one is going to get you the higher value at endgame. Endgame points is all these are. One player cannot get both keys. So if you've gotten the big, you can't get the small. If you get the small, that means you're second. You obviously can't get the big. How much are those going to be worth? Well, whenever you make a delivery, let's go ahead and show that one more time. Whenever you make a delivery to a hub city, you'll notice that there are little numbers up there. Those are not random in our game, but they will be in subsequent games. The first delivery to a given city is going to bump up the first number. So in the white city is none, but in the green example, they're all going to be 1 bumps in influence. So that means the green city down here, which started at the $50 level influence, will bump 1 per delivery, like so. So all of a sudden, these two had access to green. They no longer have access to green. That makes sense? In addition to that, at the end of the game, wherever these markers are, is the value of the keys for that city, or the large key for that city. The small key is going to be whatever the smaller number in between, or closest to that city marker. So if that city is right there, the big key is worth 60, little key is worth 30, big key worth 70, little key worth 40, etc., etc. That makes sense? Mm-hmm. All right. So all of that comes down to endgame scoring. Endgame scoring, we'll go ahead and show y'all that.
Free actions.
Already talked about that, I figure. So the other free action is buying a state railroad. Remember, it requires no resources, requires no actual action. You can just do it with cash and then take your action. And you can do this in the middle. So kind of sneaky. If you had your route already built down to here, or say down to here, you build one track here, pay cash for that, and then build another one if you want. You could do something like that, okay? All right. So, in-game scoring, follow these steps. The first step is, hey, everybody gets income. Anybody that got that special tile that's between Merzenschlag and Glognitz is going to get income in additional time, but as it is, everybody's going to get it once. Then, every resource is going to be worth 10 bucks on your board, period. Pretty simple. Then, keys are going to be worth the value that I just explained. The next thing is, how many cities have you equaled or surpassed? So if it were something along the lines of this, I would be at 2 cities, the other 2 Martins would be at 4 cities. I would get 30 bucks. They would get 100 bucks respectively. Okay, cool. Then after that, now we're going to talk about whether or not somebody reached Trieste. And here's where it can get really fun, or not. If nobody reached Trieste, all the contracts that people have acquired are worth 0. The end. Doesn't matter whether they met the prerequisite or not, they get no money for it. Because nobody made it to Trieste to make it down to the Adriatic. Okay? However, provided somebody makes it down to Trieste, everybody's contracts get delivered, whether they are completed or not, and whether or not you made it there or not. Why does that matter? Because when somebody makes it down here, they will have gotten their income. That will have triggered the end of the round, or the end of the game. If I have not completed this contract, whoever makes it down here, you're going to count from where the closest intersection you have to Trieste is, and then you count all their shortest link to Trieste. Let's say it's 5 for me because one of the Martins made it down there. $20 per link, one-time fee. So in other words, I pay them $100 off the top. Congrats, because I'm renting their rails. If I completed the contract, great, I then get $270 from the bank. Or if you prefer in that example, I would get $170, they would get $100, okay? However, let's say I didn't meet the contract threshold. I don't get any money. They still get their $100 from me. Ouch, okay? And if multiple players make it down here and somebody who didn't has a contract, whoever's higher in influence, given the shortest route, they always take the shortest route. And if tied for influence or tied at that, then it's whoever has the higher influence, that's who they're going to pay. Then each of the investors takes 10%. Whoever has the most money wins. And that, folks, is Imperial Steam. Pretty straightforward, pretty simple. Any questions? No? Good, let's play. That work?
Yep. Scores will probably be a good score around 1,000.
Ha!
Right?
My high score in 2 games is 400 and change. Just gonna throw that out there. Okay? Do as I say, not as I do, right? Mr. Fowler, 800 and change in both your games? Question mark?
Just got over 1,000 yesterday.
Oh, I didn't mean to short you. I'm
800
sorry.
for the first one.
I apologize.
As
All
I
right.
said.
Help me reset the board, if y'all will, please. I did not watch chat. Are there any questions down there that y'all saw? Good. I guess that means I nailed it. Hey, is Clay in chat? I'm curious.
I haven't seen him.
Okay,
At least,
well.
at least not a symbol that
Okay.
handle I would
Clay
recognize.
being the owner of Capstone. Hey, thanks, Axel. Cheers. Thank you. Appreciate that. The support. New patron. Cheers.
Yeah. Definitely cheers.
All right. I probably shouldn't start with that many workers. I would love to. That feels like cheating. These come back. There. That can go there. Everything else? No, hold on. It's 30, 50, 70, and 100. Go ahead. I'm all ears.
Yeah, they were saying that the other Martin's microphone was low.
Okay, we'll fix it. We checked it earlier. Don't worry. Clip that to your pocket. No. The big part.
Yep.
Okay, hold on. That should be fixed.
Is that better? I wasn't vocalizing very strongly either.
That's all right. What?
He didn't seem to, there was no lights at all when he was speaking.
Oh, really? Here we go again. So you know what? Switch. We checked it earlier, but here. There you go. Just threw one over. All right. So there.
How's that?
You're good.
Okay.
Oh, you lost your windscreen. We'll find it after. You're fine. Don't worry about it. Randomized turn order. Did you do your job?
Yeah. Oh, you mean you wanted my cardboard Schwazi? Fortunately, I have a cardboard Schwazi.
All right. Excellent. I like that, Jess. Thanks.
Those
All
are
right.
beautiful.
5, 3. Somehow, 5 of, and I would argue that spades are higher than
Yes,
clubs.
they are indeed.
So we go yellow. 5. That'll work. That'll do. So what do we got? There is one more thing that I did not talk about, which is the initial blind bids. So we all start in a 3-player game. We start with $130. The game recommends, at least in the fixed setup like this, you want to have access to at least 2 cities, because if you only have access to 1 city, workers can be prohibitively expensive by the time it becomes your turn. So blind bid carefully in that regard. You can always go higher. And if I did not stress this earlier, this is one of the tightest financial games that I've ever played. Fair?
Money is kind of tight in there.
Yeah. Oh, over under Glory to Rome's. 4.5. We haven't been hitting it a lot lately, so you know what?
Forgetting to say
3.5. 3.5 because we haven't been hitting it. All right? Cool. All right.
The thing about Glory to Rome in this game is it kind of telegraphs what you want to do on a future turn, too.
Unless somebody takes an action that you want or whatever. But yeah, that's a fair statement. Yeah, so that I wanted to talk about. And also, the game strongly recommends, and I think we also strongly recommend, in your first 2 actions, you have to hire workers. There might be a way that gets discovered later on where you can you're going to have to hire workers on one of your first 2 actions because you need to be able to build track and you need to be able to build factories, and factories take workers from here, so keep that in mind. That said, blind bid time. I appreciate it, Mr. Paulet. I've done so well bidding high and so well bidding low. Said I again, 322 and like 4 something are my 2 bids. Yep, done. 6.
7.
8.
What? Okay, so 6, 7, 8. Pay that obviously to the bank. I paid the extra 10 for no reason whatsoever. I was trying to go first, thinking they would go 50. How'd that work out for you? Okay.
Oh, yeah, I've gone 70 both times in our previous games, and
He's
Martin
won,
overbid
so-
me last time as well.
No, I bid the same as you, but then I bought
You're
influence on the
The
first
stuff that you guys remember is beyond what I'm able to recall.
Well,
so.
you've been busy trying to get ready for this stream.
That's
so-
all right. So that said, the game begins. What do we got? 8:20. Last night we played in 2 hours and 35 minutes in a 4-player game for after the teach. So
Right.
take it away. We start in phase 7. Actions. Go for it.
Yeah,
All right.
get the turn order.
I get it. Yeah, it does set. You're right. Yeah, you're right. All right, go.
All right. I think the first thing I'm going to do is hire workers.
I'm shocked. Oh, shocked. I
And-
say.
Just
So there you go.
amazed.
I'm going to hire 2 workers for $30.
Why
and
30?
10 and 20.
Okay.
And I'm going to hire off the Brown City 1, 2. That's $30. I get 2 workers, and they start off at 1 level.
There you go. Boom, done. All right.
And I will do exactly the same thing. 2 workers from the same place.
Which on the other track, I
the other
assume,
track,
right?
yep,
Okay.
obviously.
So now brown workers or workers from the Brown City are going to be $30 a piece to hire. I have access to the Green City, thankfully. So, and note, in a 3-player game, they only have 1 track. So keep that in mind. Now, I could be coy, I could be clever, and say, hey, I'm not going to go ahead and hire any workers this turn. If I did that, and by the way,
Oh, yes.
there. If I did that, it incentivizes them in their second action to just go ahead and take.
Mean to him.
Right. And have you met these guys? So, right. So I'm not going to be cute. I'm not going to be clever. I'm going to go ahead and hire workers. However, so let me think this through. I know I'm hiring at least 2. Mm-hmm. Okay, so there's $30 off the top for sure. In hindsight, I wish I had only bid 50. Then I would for sure hire a 3rd worker. So I know I have 2. Oh, thank you. So
Thank you, Seth.
if I did another, that would be $30 here, gone. That leaves me $10 with an income of 10 currently. I could lay track, but that would give me effort of 5. Effort of 5, let's take a look at the board for a moment. Effort of 5, you're allowed to build 2 track, and everybody starts to where they can build track if they wish to do so. Effort of 5 could be 1 there, and 1 there, 1 there, 1 there, whatever. You get the idea, and that's not a terrible thing. However, what I really would like is, I don't know, business opportunities, because those can turn into income, those could turn into stock investments. They are boosting my stock value the whole 9 yards. So I don't know if I want to get that 5th one, because if I don't use the worker, then he's going to graduate, gain experience, and be worth double value next round. And then I almost assuredly could then be able to build 2 track later. I don't know what the right option is there. The last piece of strategy or things to be aware of that I want to make clear to all the new players out there. The beginning of the game, there are, depending on your player count, 3, 4, or 5 factory spaces available to all the players collectively. As those get filled, if you want to build a factory, you have to have access to another factory spot. So for instance, in a 3-player game here in Bratislava or St. Pölten. Outside of that, take a look at the board. There are not a lot on this part of the board. There's one over here, there's one there, there's one there. Once you get down here, that's cool. But it's basically down here. So if 2 of y'all come down this way, you're fighting over not a lot of spots to open factories. Keep that in mind. That was a, oh God, what did we do in our first game moment. So keep that in mind. So that is a long way of me kind of stalling on whether or not to buy 2 or 3 workers. I'm going to be unexciting and just stick with the 2 workers. That's me. I'm done. Martin, back to you.
All right, I think I'm just taking $10 for my last action.
Did I mention you're probably going to do this? You may do this on occasion. There might be players out there that can get away with doing that not terribly often. We're going to do it, wait for it, a handful of times throughout the game. Done.
Okay, so my options for the second move are kind of interesting. So part of me is tempted by a quick move for a couple of business opportunities. I did that in my first game. It worked kind of well, but it's annoying in many ways because I'm spending the resources and only getting 1 move. And I can only do 1 move because I've only got 4 worker power here, so it's not going to get me very far. The better option, what I did yesterday, and I think I preferred, was waiting for which is what Martin's doing, for the second move, and then I'll have 8, and that will allow me to either go here, or lots of other places, but those 2 are high on my list because they're cube delivery points. So waiting seems like a good plan. So the question then is, well, what do I do for my other move? Well, money's tight, so I don't want to philanthropize for influence. I could build a factory, but then I would send one of these workers off and he would only go off with 2 cubes into his factory, which seems a bit of a shame. If I wait, I'll get an extra cube, and that is good. And also it means the worker can first build some track and then go off to the factory and cube. You know, and I like to work my workers hard. So getting them to do both is better. So that argues for waiting on a factory. I'm imagining Martin's having the same thoughts and thinking, well, really the only thing that's left is to go with that $10. But I'm not going to do that. I'm also going to repeat what I did last night, which is perhaps a bad thing, but what the hell. I am going to go here and buy some coal for $10.
And you get that immediately because you're only buying 1. By the way,
Yep.
grab the 2 and put it down here
Oh,
because
yeah.
it is the first round.
Indeed it is.
There we go. All right. Cool.
And the reason I'm doing it is because coal is necessary for doing deliveries. If I've got 2 coals handy, then that allows me to make 2 deliveries without having to go back to the buying things action. So it allows me a bit of tempo.
How is it I already hate my position in this game? Unbelievable. No, it's believable. It just... Ugh. Well, for
You can see it
basically...
if you like, but it would be kind of boring.
Basically the exact same thoughts. However, I want to build track. I don't to be a... Here's the thing. If I do so now, for everything that Martin had just explained, however, the thing that I'm thinking is if I go in the direction that I want to go, theoretically, one of the 2 of y'all are going to give me an extra $10 income, meaning you're going to build where I've built already. So it's kind of like an extra $10 of income. So if I were to build over this direction here, going to Amstetten, That's actually kind of a tempting idea, but it feels so crappy to only get a single build out of what should be 2. And that just feels terrible. Building, you can't build the station because, again, the factory idea for all the same things. You know what? If I had it to do over, I actually would have hired another worker to then be able to buy a factory for now, but I can't. Do I really just take the extra $10? But then I'm third in turn order. Taking the philanthropy action, $30 though, to go first, to be able to build track first. Is it worth it? I would have, oh.
Or is second good enough?
Depending on what direction y'all want to go. What I'm thinking is if I spent the $30, next round I build and I build because I would have 8 effort, expend all of them. Again, one of y'all I assume is going to build on one of those, although I guess you could go there and there, so maybe not.
There are 3 routes to the...
There are. That's crappy. I hate you both. Glory to Rome. Kind of at myself and for all of us, I would say, because I don't like any of my options here. So when in doubt, punt. Not overthink it. Boom, done. That's the end of the round. Did we get to Trieste? No, not the 8th round. Beginning here, we're just going to go through this step by step for the first round, or second round, as it were. Everybody grabs your hands and advance the turn marker to round 2, which means everybody gets an additional hand. Give the boy a hand. Step 2 is put out resources. There are no resources in round 2. If you bought resources, put them up. Nobody did here. Get your income. Everybody gets $10 because nobody built a station, which this is already playing differently. I did that the wrong way. I took it from myself instead of giving. There we go. Then advance your workers. Nobody built, so everybody just slides straight over. Change turn order. If it changed, it did not. Go back in. Everybody has 3. Martin, go. I kind of wish I had paid to be first in hindsight, but that's all right. I think at this point is where the game starts to diverge. Instead of in last night's game, it diverged in round 1. It's now going to diverge in round 2.
So I think I definitely go and lay track. That's why I wanted to go first.
That's what I would imagine you'd want to do in your situation.
Okay, so step us through each of it. So you're going to pay your 3 resources.
Yep, one of each. A brown, a wood, a stone, and an iron. 2 track. I think I'm going
That way. Okay.
like that.
Okay, so 8 effort.
Yep.
8 effort.
2, 4, 6, 8.
Yep, checks out. All right, cool.
I get this double business opportunity. And would I like to start flipping for income?
So there are 3 options. Influence, stock value, fix your chart here. There we go. Or flip freight cars for income. And mix and match. Follow your heart.
So if I take it as stock, I actually don't have to pay this negative cost
Yep.
as if I had taken the action. Tempting, but I think I probably don't want to be using investors to get stock at the end of the game. Alternately, I could take it as influence. I'm already at the top. And if one of them gets a single bump on either of these, they'd only catch me, but they'd still be underneath me. So I think I'm actually going to flip. If I flip 2 cars, what do I still want to do this turn? I want to do that and that. Yeah, I am going to flip 2 cars.
So permanent income bumps, but also permanent loss of freight as well as permanent loss of contract ability. With those specific, right? All right. Martin.
Well, surprise, surprise.
I'm
also
shocked.
gonna be
Shocked,
a
I
track.
said.
Now I've got to choose. Which way do I go? It's actually kind of nice being second here because I kind of feel like I've got some agency. But I could go this way. That's obviously in competition with Tova Martin. I'm used to competing with Martins. I played a lot of games against another Martin and lost, so I'm used to losing to another Martin.
So in other words, that's code for I know what he's going to do, and it's not going to be that.
The advantage of going this way is there's much more stuff, particularly factories, and also the two other target cities are both on this side of the map. So actually 2 people going this way I think makes a lot of sense. Or I go this way. I'm much more likely to be on my own because although Edward's going to build, he's less likely, I think, to follow me. A, because he would have to build on my track. Well, he could go this way, I guess. But, but the other reason is because this side is tighter. If Edward goes on this side competing with me, well, you know, we might as well just call it for Tother Martin because it's going to be too tight over here. So I reckon I go on this side because I don't think Edward is foolish enough to go down this route with me. So then the question is, do I go through Bratislava or through
Neustadt.
Neustadt?
Yeah.
Neustadt gives me an influence up, which is not huge. Bratislava gives me access to a factory. Factories are pretty tight, especially on this side of the map. So I think I want access to the factory.
I was going to say, you're still talking through your turn.
So that's going to be that. Again, I take all 3 resources. This costs me 6, so 3 workers get promoted to the happy lands of being
That's the other
exhausted.
reason for doing that.
And there we are.
But go ahead, Martin, if you want to throw an asterisk on the game.
No,
go
that's all right. I had scripted my turn at the beginning of my turn, and then when I flipped 2 of these instead of 1, I had broken my script.
No, if you want to, okay, all right.
Let's stay with the broken script.
Okay.
Okay. That's what I did my first go. Probably made the same mistake that you've realised you've just made.
Yeah, what I was thinking is I only wanted to flip 3 of them because I wanted to have 3 spots so I could buy 3 resources, and I probably should have taken the second one as influence, but I'm going to stay with the broken script.
Okay. All right.
Yep, that's exactly the mistake I made in the first game. But I still went on to win, so, you know.
Yeah, there's recovery. So, thinking out loud, now I'm not in competition for them to build. They're done building this round because they're not going to be able to get the resources to then be able to build again. So I am free to go ahead and talk about this without having to give away strategy that y'all can thwart. That said, my initial thought is very similar to Martin's. Getting to a hub city is really nice for deliveries because that's cash. That is no joke. However, there is a different route that I can go. And down on the right side, even so, and still get into Sopron. And that is Neustadt and then the Glognitz. The reason why I'm considering that is because of that 3 opportunity. The 3 opportunity, I could go 1, 2, 3 and use it all here. I could get extra income. It gives me a lot of flexibility or increase share price. 3 bumps already gets me up to 130. Then all I have to do is take 1 contract and boom, there's 130 bucks for 10%. And realistically, I've never seen 1,300 in this game. I'm not saying it doesn't get made. I'm saying I haven't seen it. So I'm not worried about giving up 10% for 130 bucks is my point. So doing that is actually really, really tempting. And then I don't necessarily need to worry about money in the immediate short term. So I think that's what I'm going to do with building my track is build here and here, probably. Plus I get the extra influence bump there. So all that said, what the hell do I want to do if I'm not going to worry about doing that? Well, I just talked about contracts. If I take a contract, that goes ahead and kind of what? What did I miss?
Take a contract, you'll block off your
I will block off all 3 of my... That is a fair point. So, okay, let's look at this. Build track, take a contract, but then I don't have room. Well, if I do that and then get an investor, it's 130 bucks. I could theoretically just go ahead and straight up buy a 5 train. I could upgrade my train, or I could wait till next turn and then go ahead and buy a, say, oh no, it's 2 rounds from now. I could go ahead and just straight up buy a 5 train, and it comes with a coal. That's actually really tempting. So you know what? I think I'm going to go ahead and take a contract, which is really not really what I planned on doing.
You want to buy the train first, right? So you get the space.
Do I? Oh, right, because I would lose the resources. Yeah. Right, yeah, that makes sense. Yes. I will, right? Because lane track doesn't cost, so yes, I will. I will go and buy, and I'm going to, God, this feels so dumb, but I'm going to try and be dumb. I'm going to go ahead and buy a 5 train for $50.
Here you go, sir.
Thank you. So that goes there. It comes with a coal already on it, and it comes with 5 cars. So a moment while I organize.
All right.
Oh, yeah, oh, that's me. Yeah, go ahead. Go for it.
Okay, I think I'm going to build a factory, if you would please, sir.
Okay.
I am going to spend the 30 to build a iron factory.
So, here, sorry. So, first factory, $30. Has to place a worker, taking it from, obviously, the only place he can. Exhausted worker, that's fine. He places 3 because it's from the 2 section. Go ahead.
And I take the free action to deliver that.
And that costs you your coal. And the cost, or the benefit, is $100. Boom, done. And the Green City, also, the Green City goes up 1 bump. So, doesn't change anything other than the key is worth $60 at the end of the game. All right, done. Mr. Fowler.
I will do exactly the same thing. I will, yep, exactly the same thing. Yep. So that goes there. A worker, my exhausted worker, will go, might as well pop him over here. It'll be iron, so it'll be 3 iron cubes.
And
I will immediately deliver one.
that will pay that. There we go.
And I get 100 lovely money.
And to be clear on this, it's still 100, but now it's going to start decreasing. Okay? All right? Okay, so I'm going to stay on target and either shoot myself in the foot or not. So, do we take... The reason I'm thinking about taking a contract immediately is, well, these don't replenish, and 350 is worth way more than 270, although realistically neither of them is probably planning on taking, and they can't. I'm gonna quit trying to talk myself out of it and just go ahead and take my action. So I'm gonna go ahead and take a contract, and it's going to do the first 2 things. I have no factories yet, but basically I'm on the hook for factories. So they're already heavily invested in iron, both, well, at least tangentially. So there, there, and there. But the difference there, $80 in, or 80 victory points, however you want to put it. I think the difference in the value or the cost in the factories, it makes sense. I think I'm just going to go ahead and bite the bullet and just go ahead and take that one. That comes with, unfortunately, the downside of things, 1, 2, 3. But the upside of things is 1, 2, 3. So you can freely move resources between all your spots. So there, I just want to keep it nice and neat. And then we have 1, 2, 3. And I could take 4 investments for $40 a piece, but I elect to not. I'm done.
And Blue City bumped when I did.
Thank you. And the Blue City was a single bump, so boom, done. Okay, go for it.
Okay. So I think with my last action, I am going to hire workers. If you could help me out. There we go. I'm going to hire from the Blue City. I'm going to hire at least 2. So let's do that. And now, do I want to hire a 3rd worker?
I mean, you are flush. You still got $80 left over, right?
Or do I want to hire an engineer of some type? If I'm building out of here, those are potential. These are potentials in my area. It would be nice to get here to be able to do more deliveries it would also be nice to get down here. I think I will, at this time, you guys can hire from Brown. That's a gray engineer. I like that, though. So I'm going to actually hire an orange.
So a tunnel engineer?
No, I'm not going to. I'm
All
not
right.
going to hire any additional workers. That's it.
All right,
I'm done.
Martin.
I am going to give to the poor
Hand.
by placing my hand on the philanthropy action and go up 2 on influence.
1, 2. So $20 to the bank. That changes turn order,
Yep.
or will. And I'm going to stay on target. Time to lay some track. It's going to cost me the 3 resources as is normal. And let's just, I mean, like I said, we telegraphed. So it's going to be all 8 there. And that's going to be there. And that's going to be there. So that's going to be 1 influence bump automatically. Boop. And then 3. And I can mix and match. It's tempting. Not going to lie, because I did lag behind an influence the entire game, and that sucked. But
Have a plan.
But we have a plan. We're going to stick with the plan. Let's not deviate from the plan. 1, 2, 3, which normally would cost you 6 influence. It's not going to cost me any because those are free business opportunities. And let's go ahead and do it right there as my free action. That's 130 bones. We'll see if it works out. Done. All right, that's all our. Nobody made it to Trieste, not in the 8th round. Advance the round marker. We all get our hands. So, are y'all following? Is this making sense after the teach? I hope so. The 3 goes back. The 4, this is the only 4 in the game. So buying 4 resources is available for folks if you wish to do so. All right, so now resources come down. There are no resources in round 3. Nobody bought multiple resources, so there's nothing on any of our docks, which is different. Income, $10 for me.
30.
$10.
And Martin, do me a favor. Just walk people through again why it's 30.
10 for my 1 station, and 10 more for this passenger car, and 10 more for
And that's permanent for each round of the game. Doing it early makes sense, right? All right, so there's income. Your workers age. So they age first. So in Martin's case, and in Martin's case, they advance, and then everybody else come on back down. All right, turn order did change. Blue, purple, yellow. Mr. Fowler, your honor.
Indeed. So, it's placing my hand, because hands are what you need to place on here, but what we need from you is not your hands. We don't need your hands, we only need your thumbs. Scroll down, click the thumb, subscribe, like, all the rest of that thing, because we need your thumbs, not your hands! You can have your other fingers, just give us your thumbs.
Thank you.
Anyway,
it
after
never gets old.
Good.
Never stops being creepy, but it never gets old. I appreciate it. All right.
So, didn't explain fully what I was doing the last few rooms because I didn't, just in case somebody had some way of countering it. My initial move was to take 2 workers. 2 workers right at the beginning of the game is good because it's cheap, but it's not enough workers. You need more workers. So the reason I bid 70 at the very beginning was to get myself up there close to the blue. Problem is, however, once you do a delivery, blue goes up. That's why I did the philanthropy,
Yeah.
partly to get ahead of Martin in turn order. Not that I was that bothered because we're going in opposite directions, but mostly because I wanted to make sure that I could get to blue and that he wouldn't block me on the blues.
I was thinking if your first action was not to buy workers, I was going to go for a glory to Rome and buy workers.
So I will definitely take a couple of workers because of that.
So 10, 20, so it moves up.
So that would be 30.
Yep.
And that gives me 2 workers at the bottom level. But unlike Martin, I am going to go for the engineer. So I'm going to buy myself a little grey engineer. Oh, it's going to be slightly more awkward if I buy him from there, isn't it? So I'm going to buy him from there.
Okay, so again, you have access to all 3 of these cities. You bought from the blue city, but the engineer you can take from any city that you
Correct.
qualify for. And look, the thematic reasons don't matter, but for me, the way I can tell the difference, orange workers look like carrots. Carrots help with night vision. Night vision you need down in building tunnels, so they're tunnel engineers.
You gotta love his imagination. haven't you?
I'm just saying that's
Yep.
that's how it. Yeah.
So I'm taking a bridge engineer,
Okay, yep.
which costs me a bit extra, but it does now give me the option of hitting the bridges.
All right, so that's no, sorry, that's just I'm used to you going first.
Yep.
Go for it.
That makes it easy for me. I'm going to build a factory. The only space that Edward had left for a factory, there's two, so you got to be careful there, sir. All right, so let's see. That cost me, I think it's stone. Yep.
Okay, so hold on. So buying a stone, so it's going to be 10 for that one, okay, and a factory worker. That's coming from there, so it's 3 stone. Everybody must get stone.
1, 2, 3. These are starting to run out now. You still have access to an additional space
Indeed,
that we
I do,
don't,
yes.
Martin. But if you were to build, you'd probably build here to hurt Edward rather than build there.
You think?
I think.
You think?
And I think that ends my turn. I don't have the coal to deliver the stone, so.
So looking at money-wise for everybody, left Martin is at 90, right Martin's at 30, so they both have enough to be able to buy another factory. Now, obviously, left Martin has already done so, and it would cost him an influence to do so. But I am, again, not going to get caught with the proverbial pants down. So for my first action, I am going to build a factory. And, well, looking at my contract, I need 2 iron and I need a coal. So I have an interesting kind of dilemma here. I have 2 coal already, which are good for deliveries. They are also good for keys. So neither of them have a coal factory. I think where my marker is here, 130 bucks feels okay to be able to pay off or to take another 10% loan. So I'm not desperate for money, plus I'm sitting on 150 bucks right now. So maybe it's short-sighted and maybe it's somewhat foolish, but I know they're both going to want to make deliveries to those cities. So you know what? I think I go ahead and just say to hell with it and take the coal delivery, because it's not going to take a whole lot to be able to reach both of those cities. So yeah, 20 bucks for a coal factory. And I'll just go ahead and place it straight up right there now. So it's going to be 20 bucks. I would love to buy multiple factories. You're only allowed 1. It's going to be 3 coal, because coming from there, and yes, in the only available spot that I can build at, which is going to be right there in the center, all of those are now used up. Now, if you don't have access to other factory spots, you can't build more factories. That's me. Boom, done.
Great.
Well, it was a good job you did it when you did it, Edward, because I would definitely block you without hesitation or anything. But there is Bratislava. So it's going to cost me 20 to buy a stone factory, I think.
No, only 10.
Only 10.
Yeah.
Okay, I couldn't read it properly.
Yep,
from there.
no worries.
Well, I'll take the cheaper factory, and I will use my top worker. Sorry, so I shouldn't have used the one that was. Where was that one? Here, I think.
You had one.
Peanut Gallery, where was it? They'll tell. I think it was like that.
I
but
think
we'll
it was
see.
like that. I
Yeah.
think you had one in the 3.
And then you already put it down in Bratislava. So grab the 4 stone.
So full stone.
Any other free action?
I wonder, could there be a free action in my future?
I think he had 1 in the 3. That's the one he put down in Bratislava. I don't know. We'll see what the people.
Yeah, cool.
They'll take care of it.
They'll
Don't
take care
worry
of it.
about
I don't know.
No, I can. I started with 2. I hired 2 more, and then I hired 2 more, and I've got. So actually, I must have taken it out of here. That's what I think I did.
You cheating son of a... No, not really. I'm sorry. I'm just going to make him work to reach these now.
Yeah, it's a good idea. I always leave them in the bag when I'm playing at home to
Yes.
sort of just remember that they're not accessible, so I
Right.
can't just grab them.
All right.
And then, yes, I will deliver stone to Sopron. And stone delivery fee is...
Hey, okay, so
80.
hold on. First things first, it costs the coal on your
Costs the
board.
coal, yep.
That goes here. So one thing at a time here. It is the second blue delivery. So that's going to be just a single blue jump for the city. And then also, it was stone, $80. There you go.
Thank you kindly.
Okay.
All right.
Father Martin.
I am going to buy resources for the future.
All right, so it means buying multiple resources. So, the world is your oyster.
So I think I'm going to buy one of each.
So one. I assume that meant of those.
Yes, and for the fourth one, I think I'm going to take a coal as well.
Okay, so that's going to be obviously $40.
Yeah.
So there we go.
And the reason why, even though I don't have the space for it, I'm allowed to do it is because they're just going to my loading dock at the moment.
So-
could be an issue in the future if I'm not
So
careful.
in other words, this may be used here very soon.
Let me change this 50.
Okay. Well, that was going to be my plan because obviously I have a lot of room over here right now. But if you notice down here at the bottom, there are 3 steps that are $10 a piece, and I don't think that Left Martin is going to take that again because he's already short of space. So I don't think he's gonna. Oh, and he can't put any more. Let me circle back and drive this point home. So, and this is one time. You're allowed 4 in your loading dock. If you take a look, Martin actually has 4 on his loading dock right there. That's not per action again, that is per round. So he cannot add more on there. So am I really in a big rush to take any of these? I don't think so. Okay. So that said, what the hell am I going to do? So I am going to get resources to be able to build on another action. I don't have access to another factory right now, so I cannot buy another factory, even going back on influence the whole 9 yards. I could place a hub to give me more storage space and more income, but I don't think I need that. So let's work through this. I cannot take this action. I could buy workers. I'm not doing that. I'm not going to get resources because I would just produce resources. I would only get a coal, so that's not an option. Buying, yes, but there's no rush on that. I could buy another train. I don't think I need to right now. Taking another contract, same idea. These kind of go hand in hand with me for my game, it looks like. That is absolutely an option. Don't need to, don't need to, don't need to. So it's basically what it comes down to then is those 2 for this turn. All right, so let's take a look. Green sucks. Brown sucks as far as buying. So... yeah, let's do the obvious thing. There. So we're going to go ahead and philanthropize. Is that
That'll do.
Okay, go with it. 1, 2, 3 for sure. The White City and the Devil is over here. Nobody's close to building there, so it's not going to raise up anytime soon with the delivery. I could pay an extra $10 to allow me to double up on an action. You know what? I'm not going to overthink it. I am. I'm going to actually pay $40 for that. So 60 back. And it kind of disincentivizes them to fight because instead of it cost them 20, it costs 30 to pass me on turn order. And I think that is yeah, I'm happy with that. Boom, done, Martin, go.
Okay, so I've set myself with my deliveries, and I'm thinking now, where do I go next? So track building wise, I've got potentially this move to get here. I could do this and pay to get here, and then perhaps do something further there. The problem with going down to Zagreb, though, tunnel to go out of it, which would mean I'd need to hire a tunnel engineer in order to make further progress. If I pushed out towards here, that would be closer to Trieste, and I do feel like pushing towards Trieste is a good thing. And notice there's a factory as well. Of course, there's a factory in Zagreb, so that's also
Multiple
an interesting
factories
option.
in
Indeed.
Zagreb.
And there's one here as well.
Right.
So going that way does help the factory situation, may make up for the fact that I'd have to pick up a tunnel engineer. And if I did pick up a tunnel engineer, I've got to potentially can get quite close to Trieste by going that route. So there's a few options here, but one thing I'm definitely going to need to do is get enough resources to build another pair of track, and one of those track for certain is going to need extra stone. So that really makes my decision fairly straightforward. I'm going to do the resource, this one.
Oh, yep, sorry, you're right.
And I'm going to purchase 4, which will cost me 40. One of each and an extra stone, please. I think that's the way I'm going. Now that's slightly iffy because it means me out of coal. If I come with a delivery opportunity at some point, I might regret that. But I'm going to go with this because I think it's going. Oops, yes,
there you go.
Down here.
So I guess it did hurt me in a sense that doing that before that cost me an extra $10 with the stone, but yeah.
Yeah, there was no rush on the influence.
Yeah, you're probably right. I probably did that in the wrong order. And honestly, I missed that he would buy the extra. I just missed it. So go for it.
Okay. I was watching Martin intently and didn't think this through as well as I should have. Obviously, I'm not building track. I'm not hiring workers again. I am not purchasing resources again. I am not building a factory again. I am going to be doing a train this turn. So I think that's the action I do next. That was what I had forgotten that I was going to do. So now the question is, do I go for a 4 or 5 because those are my 2 only options?
Right.
It would have been nice if I delayed it around because I could have gotten one of those. But
one more thing, since we're talking about trains.
Yep.
There is the same number of locomotives of each size based on player count. So there's 3 of each. And when they get upgraded or replaced or whatever, they're out of the game. They do not go back. So keep that in mind also. Okay. Although it hasn't come into play in our game so far.
I am tempted to build a 40 outright for the free coal.
And those are the only trains that are available that you see right there, the 4s and the 5s.
That's a little bit more clever than I thought. Maybe I'll build the 50. The reason why is when I get the coal on the train, I can then take the free action to deliver the stone to here and get $80 back.
Sounds like a decision.
So it's really only the question of the 40 or the 50. And I think I will go with the 40. I'm going to be buying another train later. 1, 2, 3, 4 outright spots. I'll have 5, 6 storage. Yeah, I'm going to buy a 40 outright.
Okay. Comes with a coal and your 4.
And I'm going to immediately use that coal for the free action.
Okay.
To spend that coal to deliver this stone to here for $80.
$80 and a single bump on green. 80 because stone right there. So green up there. Okay.
And let me take my $80.
So now for me, we know I'm going to be, we're going to be buying resources, but we're also probably going to hire workers. So those are my last 2 actions. Neither of them have access to the White City, so there's the answer of the order of operations. So we're going to go ahead and buy resources. And again, same thing, we're going to go ahead and get the 4. So I obviously don't need coal, but 1, 2, 3. So that's 40. And the other one, I think delivering wood, even though no one's built a wood factory yet, I could go ahead and get another iron. So iron is coming in next round, and iron and stone are coming in next round. So it's a question of which is going to save me more money. They're both producing iron. They're not producing wood. I'll take the wood as my 4th one. I could just buy 3, but why? So that's going to be a total of $50. Boom, done. That's me. Mr. Fowler.
I don't think I paid my $40, did I?
You cheating son of a...
Did I? I'm looking at the cash I've got in front of me. I think I have a hell of a lot. That can't be right. So I think I must have forgotten in all that rush of explaining to spend my 40.
It happens. So is it making sense? Are you all able to follow along? Go ahead.
I'll try and calculate it through in my head later on. Okay, so looking at where I am,
Oh, damn it. I just what I yelled at you about. Thank you.
there's no point me taking a resource off my factories because I've got 4 resources. It's going to fill up my capacity anyway. So that's out of routing. I'm not sure about spending for I could do a bit more philanthropy. I'm not in a position to build track yet because I don't have my stuff out. I don't want to buy my stuff. I don't want to take a contract yet because I'm still a bit unwary about what contract I'm going to go for and the timing of it. And I don't want to fill up. Most importantly, I don't want to block off these. And actually, this is the thing that's most concerning me. I'm thinking maybe what I want to do, what I want to think about at this point is to bump my train up a little bit. Give myself a little more capacity, particularly if I'm going to do this jump, because then I'm going to need an extra stone, and I'm not going to have enough stone room on my thing to be able to do that. So buying a train would give me that extra splot. Now, and of course, when I go through this one, I've got the option of a business opportunity. If I want to take that to improve my income, which would make some sense, then it would be good to have the train capacity to do so, because at the moment I'm really skating close to the edge of train capacity. So I would argue for 1, maybe 2 carriages. I would want to leave 40 so that I could get up to one of these. And I've also got to watch future income. Once I get out and I've got more factory opportunities, the possibility of building a wood factory and loading up into these 2 spots becomes plausible. But yeah, so I think a 2 train increase, so sending me up to 50 would be a good move at this point. So paying 50, bringing 30 back.
So upgrading, so no coal for you.
No coal.
You do get some choo-choo.
But I do get 2 carriages.
Martin. And did you put your worker out? And yeah, ironically, everybody in chat reminded me that I just did what I accused Martin of. Yeah, so sorry about that.
It's that.
It amazes me how some of the veterans can monitor, chat, and play at the same time. I'm already
And
using
run a
all,
stream and cameras and yeah.
That is difficult for me. I don't often catch the chat, but I did catch that.
Well, how could you not? No, and understand, we appreciate it very much.
All right, so I think I have 2 options. One of them is take influence and bump ahead again. I don't think turn order is that important to me for what I'm doing on my next turn, though. So I don't think I'm going to do that. Right now I'm tempted to just take an extra $10. I'm not building track.
That's really interesting.
I could produce resources.
I think that's what I do.
I could.
Oh God, that's expensive. Oh my God, that's expensive. Okay, maybe not. Okay, work through this.
So what I'm planning on doing on my next turn is probably building track. Maybe building a factory if I get access to another factory space. So the factory, if I build one that I don't have, would at least cost me 10. Workers are not critically important to me.
Oh God.
So turn order, does turn order matter next turn? You know what? I'm just going to take the 10 and hope that turn order doesn't matter. It seems short-sighted, but we'll see how it goes.
All right, workers. I almost made a mistake in like, oh, what else should I do? And then skipped like step A, right? You're worried about step Q. Step A is kind of important. So we're going to hire workers. So the workers, I'm the only one that has access to the White City. So just call me H.H. Holmes. So we're going to, it's going to be, 2 workers. So 10 and 20 for a total of 30 for 2. I would love to get an engineer. Just from an efficiency of action wise, alas, $10. And while you can't exactly take loans, right. So there we go, boom, done, that's me. That's the end of the round. We didn't reach, okay, good, we don't need to go through that. All right, last time we get new workers and the trains are available. And here, real quick, show you all. So the 6s and 7s come with influence bumps at the top. If you'll, right there, you can see, right there. And we have our first resources that come into the game. So we got that. We'll get hands here in a minute. Thank you.
Sort our hands out.
And we are up to our maximum on hands of 5
Yep,
now.
so it's 5 actions per round for the rest of the game. For however many rounds there may be. All right, so getting back to this. So hands, resources came out. Take your resources off your dock. Put them wherever, follow your heart, right? Between your 2 locations that you're allowed. Okay. Get your income. Woo! $10.
Yay, 30.
$10.
And graduate your workers. And then any that were expended, I don't think anyone built the track, did we?
Nope.
No, because we had no resources. Turn order, you betcha. Don't you know about it? There and there. And we begin. Okay. So a moment. I do have to, oh God. There is no way for me to do that. Okay. I hate. Yeah, there's no way around it. This hurts. So I have to take contract from my first action because I'm cash poor. Poor liquidity over here. So now contracts. I need, obviously, at least a 1 to be able to take another 10%. And again, I feel pretty okay with that. The question is it worth taking a total of 2? I only have 2 empty spots here. So I'm not going to take a 3. So the question is a 1 or a 2. Well, let's take a look. I would love to, but then that puts me on the hook for 4 iron factories that I don't have any of yet. And that is going to get, as y'all can see, prohibitively expensive because they're already $40 a piece. So as much as I would love that, I don't think I'd do that. So if I don't want extra iron, basically I'm looking at one of the ones down here in the bottom. Now, I already have a coal contract, but I have I already have a coal factory, but I already have it allocated to the other factory. So the difference in $10 here, I don't have, and nobody's going for wood factories yet. And they're awfully cheap. They're only $10 a piece right now. I think that's worth it to me, so not going to overthink it. I'll go ahead and commit to that there. I think that makes sense. That comes with 2 investors and 2 reserved spaces. I really do have a plan, y'all. I promise. Pinky swear. So, right now, I'm going to pause. And what I'm contemplating is, do I get 130 or do I get $260? That's 30% of my final score. But if I can maximize enough contracts, theoretically, it's going to be worth it. But 30%. 20 I'm good with. I know I'm going to take 1 more. I just don't know if the 3rd one makes sense. So I don't know. Okay, anyway, we'll figure it out. By the way, earlier somebody in chat had mentioned, hey, go ahead, take an investor. I couldn't because my investment mark or the value was higher than the investor, so I could not take that without taking that action to drop it. So that said, boom, boom. I'm going to chew this over and make a decision on a subsequent turn. That's me, and Fowler, you're up.
Okay, so I'm lining up to build my next track move, and I'm still wondering in my mind, do I do the Zagreb run, or do I go the Fürstenfeld run? If I go to Fürstenfeld run, I'm going to have to get another bit of stone first, which I've now got room for.
Oh, because
so that I can do it. Yeah, because I need to pay bridges both ways. Got the bridge engineer, I can do it, but I'm going to need to grab another piece of stone before I go there. Once I go there, I'm nicely set up to put a factory there. So I could put a wood factory and use the wood factory to feed both of these two places. So that could be quite nice. The alternative, heading to Zagreb, is kind of also interesting. I'll get much more open factories. I'll get some extra business opportunities. So there's some nice sort of feeder routes there that I could take. It's a puzzle, isn't it? Which way do I go? And what's Edward thinking if he's got to? He's not got much money, but he has got resources. He can't get to Fürstenfeld because he doesn't have a tunnel. Oh yeah, well, he could go that way. He doesn't have a bridge engineer.
I can't. No.
So Edward's not competing with me to get to Fürstenfeld.
I'm not competing with you, I would argue, period.
So I think I'm going to go with a Fürstenfeld strategy. So that would imply I need a bit of stone. So how do I get the stone? I could buy it for straight $20, or I could take it from my Bratislava factory.
Bye.
So which action do I take? If I take from the Bratislava factory, I could also pick up a bit of iron while I'm at it, although iron's fairly cheap. And if I'm going the Fürstenfeld route, I'm less likely to need a lot of iron. Although I'm also very much less likely to have anywhere to ship the iron to, since I've already shipped it to Sopra, and there's nothing that wants iron on the way to Trieste. So I think I'm going to pull from the factory. I'm going to take one from each because I've got a feeling I'm not otherwise going to need that iron, and I'm going to sit it like that.
And note, when he produced, it goes immediately available. It doesn't go to the dock. It's only when you purchase it. All right, cool. And I was about to flip the table if you'd gone to Zagreb. Okay, Martin, you're up.
Okay.
350-pound table. I was.
You're ready to flip it.
Woo.
Why were you concerned about me going to Zagreb?
I think I played that off really well.
Okay.
Too. Just totally cool as a cucumber.
I think I'm going to buy resources as well because I can see the price of those only going up.
As they are wont to do. So the resource market, you can buy 3 or 1, later, but 3 for later. How would you like them?
So I think
So he's got a Zagreb, okay.
I would like one of each and an extra orange, I think.
So that looks like 20, 40, 50.
Oh, can I buy 4?
No,
Sorry.
you can buy 3.
I think that is still correct, though. So-
Okay, so 50 right there. Okay.
And that cost me
Just 50.
50.
Yep. Just 50. Okay, done?
Done.
All right. And yes, Zagreb, here I come. All right. Whew. I was so worried. So what I was lamenting, well, first off, I'm going to bite the bullet and I'm going to do something really painful.
Ooh.
$260.
That's a lot of money.
Because I can take investors as much as I want. Boom, done. So then I'm building. So here, here, and here, those get spent. So now we're already down here in Glognitz. So I'm going to build down to Zambathli. It's the best I got. That's going to be a total of 4 effort. I'm going to pause my turn, and I'm just going to straight up buy this because state. Right? So that's $40. The higher of the 2 values is $40. My thinking is, if Martin wants to do it, now you can, because that $40, the lower value, they're the same. Lower value gets paid to me. So it's a $40, benefit to me. So that's 40 there, 10 back, and there you go. That's not a build, and it does not cost any, it's just straight up cash, right? So boom, done. So that was 4, and then I will go ahead and come on down to Zagreb, and that'll be another 4 effort. So you're looking at 4 8 effort. It's all one action, so it's all paid in the same. So I could do this a couple of different ways. I could go 6, 8, but I would rather overpay, because these guys will then graduate and become 3 workers for factories, yada, yada, yada. It just makes sense. If I'm not going to build again, which it's unlikely to happen this turn, I think that makes sense. So then, now that we have done that, now what do we do? Well, let's take a look. I just hit 3 different cities here. So, hold on. Let's, there we go. We hit 3 different cities. So, Zambathali, Murska Sobota, and Zagreb. So we get 1 business opportunity, we get 2 more business opportunities, and we just, hey, we have access to factories. Thank God. All right, so we have 3 business opportunities. So my question now, if y'all will allow me a tiny little mulligan, which has no impact on anything, I'll go and put 130 back.
Yeah, I thought it was well that you would do both of them, because there's no advantage to doing it now.
Because I can always do that later unless that drops. So yeah, so I'll wait on that. Then I'll go ahead and take 2 of the bumps here. Because I think 240 is way better than 130, but I need more investors to be able to do that. So the 2 is now done. And now I have 1 left. So 1, wasted. So now the question is, do I go ahead and flip one of these? This was the extent of my thought process. This is as far as I'd made it. So income's nice. I am going to get that eventually, but the more that I don't have to, and we're in turn 4, so I have 5, 6, 7, 8 theoretically. That's $40 in income if I take it, whereas this is just staying in first. Does that matter at this point, now that I've jumped out to a huge lead, like ahead? As far as like I'm kind of off in my own corner is what I mean. I don't know. I don't know what the right answer is. I feel like obviously money is tight. I'm going to need more train. Yeah, I am going to want to buy resources. Let's not overthink it. Let's just do that and take the extra 10 income, which is going to be probably a minimum of $20, and call it good there. That's me. That's my turn. That felt good, if nothing else. Mr. Fowler, you're up.
Okay, so I'm pretty sure, and no surprise to anybody, that I'm heading into Fürstenfeld. Edward has shot his bolt going to Zagreb. I didn't contemplate him going there, although it looks really obvious now that he's gone and done it.
Well, I'll be honest. It wasn't obvious to me until I was like, oh, I can buy that in between if I have the money. And yeah, so.
Yep.
Yeah.
But that's okay, because Zagreb was the option I'd decided against anyway, so I'm happy. Now, from Fürstenfeld, what am I going to do? Well, I've got... basically, I'm heading towards Trieste. There's 2 basic routes I can go. I can go this way, or I could go this way, which would set up buying. Martin, of course, is going to come up here at some point, but I don't know how long it's going to take him. Either way, though, either if I go this way or this way, I'm going to need more stone. And stone is currently $20 a pop. I think I'm going to take some stone at $20 a pop, because otherwise it's going to be expensive for me to get hold of it.
So that's $40 for 2 of them?
$40, yep.
Okay. And because he bought multiple, down to the dock. Martin, you're up.
Down to the dock. I haven't got anywhere to put it up here.
I'm surprised I didn't get I thought that would earn a Glory to Rome, but oh well.
Well, I only would have earned a Glory to Rome if I'd have been planning to do it. If I'd have been planning to do it, I would have already done it.
I know you would have, and that's why I was like, I'm over here like, you son, don't you. And then when you were like, well, I'm not in competition to go to Fürstenfeld, so I'm like, oh God, he's going to choose the other because there is good. Don't you? Oh God, good, you bought. Okay, good. Internal monologue, so.
So,
Meanwhile,
I'm
with
thinking about-
all of the Western Austria
I was
to your
going
disposal.
to. I was going to buy a station earlier, by the way, in Glognitz. It's $50 to put a station out because it's such a good spot. I understand why it is, but man, that's expensive.
I'm thinking about calling an audible. So there's two different ways I can go. What I was really planning on doing this turn was building to here. And I could have gone through here for the influence and three bumps.
yeah.
Or I could have gone through here for the factory space
Right.
and still get 2 influence. 1, 2. Now what I'm thinking about doing instead potentially is going 1, 2, going 1, 2 to here. I still get a factory spot, and it puts me much closer to this hub city. And there's still a line down to Trieste
Right.
that
Following
way.
the edge of the board is the shortest route
Right.
for you. So, yeah.
If I do that, then I think I might want on a future turn an orange engineer. No one's beating me to these spaces. I can put that off. Even if I went to here, I'd still probably want an engineer. So I think what I'm going to do is buy workers.
Okay.
And I think I'm just going to spend 20, 40, 60
Brown or green?
brown or green and buy one of each while they are available.
Okay. And obviously, brown's already gone, and you can see in the 3-player game, 2 in green, 1, and those are random how those came out. So there you go. All right. Choosing to buy no regular workers. Okay.
Choosing to buy no regular workers.
All right. And back to me. I am unprepared. I apologize.
I can't afford any regular workers after buying one of each.
Fair, fair. All right, so looking at my board state now, so I'm 3 builds away, theoretically, from triggering the end of the game and having contracts come through me, which sounds really close, because that's only 2 actions. But then, that's going to be 2 actions, so that means I'm going to need 2 sets of resources. I'm going to need an additional iron, slow down. It's going to be an additional iron, stone, iron. And then I have to buy 2 more workers to be able to do it. And notice, to get into Trieste, it's 8 for right there. So it seems like I'm on the cusp. But it also feels forever away.
You've also got a bit of factory buying to do.
I do have it.
Because those contracts are going to be dead weight around you if you
Correct.
don't.
I mean, it's $530 if I can deliver them.
Yeah.
If I have the factories and whole 9 yards. Well, in addition to that, I also do want to get into Sopron, and I would love to get into Amstetten to be able to get the keys as well, right? Because I'm the only one that has a coal factory, right? Which that was the intent of that coal factory, and I kind of audibled to come down here. In addition to that, I have access to delivering a wood, which I don't have a wood factory yet, and I think that's it, yeah. I do have access to 3 factories that I can build, but that one's 40, that one's 40, that one's cheap. So the question is, I don't think I go the station route because I don't think I need to right now. Do I build a factory first and foremost, or resources ain't getting cheaper? So, resources, factory, train. Factory's only $10 if I go for the wood, so that leaves me $100. I could upgrade the 30 to a 70. It would give me 2 influence bumps, just kind of solidifying that. Plus, I can duplicate actions later on. To get to the 70, that would only cost me 40. That leaves me $60 for resources. But I still can't do anything until I hire workers. But I don't have to worry about that right now because I'm still the only one that has access to white, although they're all at 30, and I'm the only one. I can buy that at my leisure, and I can buy either of those at my leisure as well. So I think that resources, you've bought, you're not going to buy more resources. So again, factory, resources, train. The train doesn't impact any of us, so let's go and get a factory. All right, so as I said, it's going to be straight up $10 for the wood factory, or yeah, because I can immediately deliver, get more cash. Yeah, wood factory is going to be $10. The wood factory will just go ahead and come on out there. It will come from here. It's going to be 4 resources right there. So 4 wood, if you would, please. If you would. For you, Jess. All right, so those, and then as my free action, I can make a delivery per turn. I will do so. It costs me 1 coal from the board and 1 wood there. Wood is going to be an additional 70, which is going to allow me to buy everything I need to buy. So $70.
And the glory to Rome. Because I was hoping to get that wood delivery myself. I still have Sopron, however.
Yeah.
But I was hoping to get 2 wood deliveries down. Oh well. Would that be a thing? So you're done, so it's me. So, okay, time to build track. So 1 of each resource for the basic track building thing, plus 2 additional stones.
Because bridge.
And the double-bridged Fürstenfeld. Not taking the business opportunity because somebody went and nabbed it.
Horrible.
Yeah, well, you know, I live with it. And
So 7 effort as well.
7 efforts.
sorry.
So
Hold on.
6, 7, 8.
Okay, and like you said, nothing there, but you do have a factory.
I have a factory option, yes.
Done. Okay, cool. Martin,
So
feel free, Shrey.
I know I'm going to be building track on my turn.
Keep going.
I know I am probably going to be doing that, which I don't want to give away. So is the last one, is this,
Good. I'm glad.
worth it?
I really thought I would get a reaction from the peanut gallery when I did that. I was so excited. I was so
Did
proud
which?
of myself. That.
Oh, it was a good move.
I mean, that.
I wasn't even considering you were going down there.
So, please take your turn. We're just filling. The first game, I felt completely lost in what I was
Right.
doing and floundering. I had no income. I just was in terrible shape. The second game, I felt like I was doing something. Like I felt like I played well, even though the score didn't represent it. Now I feel like it's kind of really coming together tonight.
I could do that. So I could. The thing I didn't want to give away was I was planning on potentially building a factory, but I could save that factory for next turn. So if I do that, then with that extra resource, then build track. And what was the second thing I was saying I was going to do?
Step A, important.
So there's build track.
I'm glad it's making sense to everybody out there. That's good. It's funny, people, just from an aesthetic and a look, people see like brass when because trains and all of that. I see a lot of Great Western Trail, kind of, with I think it's the color palette. The
Okay.
green I see. And
Oh, I
so
see, aesthetically.
you see- yeah,
Okay.
just nothing to do with gameplay
Right,
or anything
yeah.
like that, but both of those, because those games are not at all similar to this, but
No.
we're just trying to stall for you.
Yes, thank you.
Yep.
What I think I'm going to do is, the reason why I can't do that is I don't have the money for it yet. So let's go ahead and build track.
All right. I mean,
Okay.
all the cool kids are doing it. Just saying. And
Go ahead, build the track.
Oh, my bad. I hit pause.
Okay.
Making jokes. Making jokes. I got him to laugh and compliment me. I think that's a first.
Very smoothly done.
And I think the track I'm building is here and here.
All right, so you're looking at 9 effort for your efforts?
9 effort.
Okay.
That's going to cost these 3 resources.
Regular track, you get that business opportunity and 2 influence. 1, 2.
I think I will flip this.
Okay, so here, spent.
All right.
And any free action?
No.
Okay, back to me. Okay, what did I say? I said, so I bought the factory for 10, buy resources, and train. I could buy workers, because now obviously I need them, right? So those. But am I in competition with either Martin for workers? I don't think I am. Because those are my, like, nobody can take my engineers. It's 1 per player for each color. So I don't think so. So resources and choo-choo, right? I think so. So let's go resources first, because choo-choo doesn't matter for the players. Getting in each other's way, I mean. We're allowed a maximum of 3. I only have room for 2, but I'm not worried about that because I will get another train. So what are the 3 I'm going to get? Well, I produce coal and I produce wood. I could always produce it as long as I keep 2, so I could produce it once. So coal and wood. So looks like 30, 50 for sure, and then something else. Well, I know I'm going to need extra building. So iron is coming out and wood is coming out next round. I mean, I feel like this is the right buy, especially because I'm not going to be able to produce, but I am going to produce iron and wood. So I guess I bite the bullet and buy them more expensive. So that's going to be 30 more for a total of 80. Ouch. That hurts. And there's those 3 resources there. That's me. Yeah, that's it.
Well, I'm glad that I was a bit worried that the other Martin would build a factory.
Because
Oh,
I'm not
'cause
quite sure what
10
the prices are.
They're 10
Yes.
apiece for the wood.
So it would have knocked it up to 20, which
Which
Yes.
would have made it enable for me to.
I couldn't build a factory because I didn't have access to a spot.
Okay, that worked. That.
There's so much, it's so hard to track. Like you got it's heads down, but also you want to be heads up to be aware of that, but it's so hard to be able to keep track of what other players
Yep.
have access to.
Yep.
Even though it's all right in front of you, it's just a lot of information.
When you pieced it out earlier that, this I can do later and this I can do later, I might as well buy a factory now. I saw that it was going to cost me 20 instead of 10.
Yeah.
But
So that puts out 4 wood. I used a worker from the right spot, and I will immediately deliver wood to Sopra.
And you cannot, you don't have
Oh, I
the
done coal. That's true. I will not deliver coal to wood. I had forgotten that. A rather important point. Oops.
all right, my turn.
Yes, sir.
I am going to build that factory.
Okay.
So I believe I'm also going to build the wood one. It cost me 20. If you think I planned that out to be exactly 20, nope. It just worked out.
All right.
Which usually doesn't happen in this game. I'm going to use one of these for wood, and I built into this space
For that reason.
for that
specifically,
reason instead
right.
of going through here. Instead of going through here.
Yep.
Because I wanted these, because I do have the coal, then to immediately deliver one of these woods to here. But now we're only getting 60, Martin.
Okay.
Yep. So $60 here, delivered to the Green City. It's always going to be 1 bump. All right, back to me. Right, I accidentally put it on the wrong thing, so good call on that. It has been so long since I've taken that contract, like I didn't even remember I did that this turn. Stay on target. I got to have room for 3 resources. That's going to be a choo-choo. I have $90. These 7s are available. I mean, do I just straight up buy it for the extra coal for a delivery? I mean, that way I don't have to buy the coal later. I think so, and it gives me access for more contract. Yeah, let's just not overthink it and be very tactical. Short term. That's a problem for
So you're buying a
future
7?
Edward. So straight up buying a 7. So that's going to be 2 bumps there. And I shouldn't have to worry about storage for a while. Now, remind me I said that later when I'm cussing at having lamenting. So 7 of those there. Oh, and because I bought it, it comes with a coal as well. By the way, first time any of us have had 3 trains, by the way. Okay, that's me.
Well, I shot myself in the foot with that mistake of thinking I could deliver the wood without the coal. Oh well, that's often the case when I play games. I forget one crucial little ingredient. So how to recover from this? Well, I'm still reasonably well set up for track builds in either of these 2 directions because I will be able next go to take from my 3 factories, and that will be, together with these 2 stone, enough to be able to do either of those 2 jumps. So that plan is still on target. I can't really buy it. I've already made my purchase of stuff, so I can't hit that again without taking an influence bump. I'm not sure I want to take an influence bump. I could get an influence bump, grab a coal, and then do the delivery. Do I want to spend the influence for that? Well, it would be a shame, but on the other hand, it would give me a whole bunch of cash, and cash is kind of handy. And if nothing else, I could use the cash on the further go to do some philanthropy and push back forwards again. So that probably that's looking like a kind of tempting item. I don't really just want to take the $10 because I don't think that's not going to be worthwhile enough. So I'm feeling it is going to have to be the buy again and take the influence plop. So back 1 on influence.
Yep. So
I take a coal, but I won't take the coal. I will just deliver to Sopran and take the $60 instead. Not great, but, it's not so bad.
hold on. Wait. So how did you get the coal?
Sorry, got
There,
the coal. That
right?
one.
Okay,
So,
got it.
yeah.
Okay,
Right.
so hold on. You bought it from here for $10, right?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Oh, so I had to spend the $10.
There you go.
Yes. Unfortunately, I had the $10.
Okay, all right, good.
So I
All
was
right.
so much worried about the influence job, I was completely forgetting, it's got to spend money as well.
Because whether it's there or there, you're still losing the influence. So,
Yeah.
right, you got it. Okay.
And I
all
can't
good.
produce
Yep,
it. Quite
yep.
right, yep. Woo.
Okay.
It's amazing that I get to play games at all without a peanut gallery to keep me on the straight and narrow.
Which is funny. The last 2 streams, you didn't have this problem, or last 2 games of this, and you crushed. I mean, crushed.
But I didn't
and-
have the peanut gallery keeping you. Who knows what I was doing, screwing around without realising it.
I could take resources. I don't like that option. Instead, I think I would rather buy an iron for 20. That would cost me an influence bump if I do it. But or if I take resources, I do that and I get those 3. That ends up being better on my next turn. I am going to collect resources. So
Okay, I got you. Yep. So produce.
produce.
Okay.
I'm going to take one of these. I don't think I want to take one of those.
Okay. All right.
One,
Because
two,
remember, you
three.
must take one because you must do the action, but everything else is voluntary. So, okay. That's the end of the round. Nobody's made it. Okay, good. Take your hands back. Here you go, Martin. Resources come out. Yep, trade.
There you go. Yep.
Resources come out.
And now
Income.
you really feel the resource crunch with your resources here because this round and next round it's 2 production. Clear your stock, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
And then everybody gets your income. Yay, $20.
$40.
$10.
Because the extra 10 plus that. Okay.
three.
Workers advance.
Yep. Whoop. And refresh. That's good. And turn order. Yellow, purple, blue. Here we go. All right. And so we begin round 5. Okay. I'm not really competing with anybody to build right now, because down here. But to be able to do so, I need to buy workers and I need resources. I have enough to produce or to build on regular track. But I need more resources. I would need an extra iron and an extra stone. Other options, I don't need to be able to make it here to Glognitz. I cannot, that's why. Right, I cannot make it to Sopron without a station because I have 2 exits out of Neustadt and I have 2 exits out of Glognitz. So I cannot add a third either there or there. And same here with Zambathali, to get up that way. So I cannot make it to Sopron. I could, in lieu of doing that, I could just make it straight up to Amstatten to deliver the coal, which would give me the green key, which currently worth $80. But then I feel a little, okay, so if I produce coal and wood, and that's it, both those options suck. Martin does not have a coal factory, and he's the only one that could deliver to Amstadt. Neither of them have coal factories, so I'm not in a race for the keys yet. However, resources, I need resources to be able to do that, or if I don't do that, if I choose to do that, I'm going to need more resources to be able to build this later on. So do I just buy resources? That's option 1. Option 2, buy workers because I need them eventually. Option 3, build a factory because I can only produce those. I have room, factory for $40 a piece, which I need 2 iron factories and a wood factory. Iron factories are currently 40, so it's a wash. Not going to overthink it. I'm going to build a factory. That's the only thing I'm in competition for, I think, because he doesn't have room for resources. He does. Yeah, I'll bite the bullet. I'm going to go factory and not overthink it. Yes, factory. Done. $40. And the $40 is either that one or that one, to be clear. It's not because it says it's 40, even though it does. So there's that. That does cost me that. And why don't I just keep them cozy over here? Nope, let's not. Actually, let's go there just because Martin's closer to that, I guess. So that's going to be 4 iron, please. And I still cannot deliver anything anywhere. So that's me. Done.
Okay, I think I want to play for a future turn So I think I want to order resources, please. And I think I will spend the 40 to order 2 coal.
2 coal for
Yeah.
40. All right. By the way, Eric makes a good point that because it's 2 builds either way, right? One that way and then one, or I could go tunnel, tunnel, regular, tunnel, and it's still 2 builds, and I don't have to buy the extra engineer.
And it would get you $10 more when you get to Trieste because you'd have 4 track instead of 3.
Fact. And possibly, if y'all get contracts,
And who did you say said that?
Eric.
Glory to Rome, Eric. It's nice when the viewers get one.
Okay, well, I think it's time to get in the contract game. I've been leaving the contract game till fairly late. I
Okay.
think I'm going to go into it now. I'm going to take that one, which is one I know I'll be able to fulfill because I have the
You already,
stuff
you
already.
have already fulfilled it.
So it's a relatively safe one. I get 2 use 'em uppers. Actually, take that back.
Pause.
Pause,
Yes.
pause, go back.
These
Yes.
are devious right here.
Yeah, I guess
These
so.
are
You guys, oh,
brutal.
yeah, I've got to actually produce my goods first.
Okay.
So 1, 1, and 1.
Oh, that seems important.
Get ready for my next build. Yep, I was calculating things, but not in quite the right order.
So New American Underground says, indeed, the spaghetti routes are bugging me, like these, right? Somebody brought up last night you could use pipe cleaner, colored pipe cleaners. I kind of like that idea, and you could bend it to. I like that's kind of clever and fun. Okay, anyway. All right. Stay on target. Stay on target. Stay on target. Stay on target. Right. I need money. So just to be clear,
Take another contract with some more investment.
that's actually what I'm probably planning on doing. So, no. I'm just making sure I don't have any obvious deliveries. I do not. I'm not in trouble this round of anybody getting to Trieste. The reason I say that, and that's not like me, being coy or anything. I have 2 more factories to build, and I need at least 2 more investors, which probably just 2 more investors is what I need, which means I need 4 factories to build, because those 2 and whatever 2 I take over here, because then I can invest for the 3rd one for 240, and I should be okay for cash the rest of the game. So that said, I will go ahead and take a contract because I need cash. So that's the decision, the way we've gone with this. Right. So I need a iron and a wood right now. I mean, a stone and a coal. And just vary it up. Those are the 2 cheapest available. I don't think we go huge because I think 4 factories is probably enough for me to worry about. I think so. That just feels like the right one, but a $50 difference. But I'm going to make up the difference in the cost of the factories, so I will actually. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and take that one. So that, hey, I happen to have those available. This is so unlike any other game that any of us have played with this so far, but trying a different way to go about it. We'll see if it works out. 1, 2, and as my free action, go ahead, join the party. So 30%. That's as far as I'm probably willing to go. But that
That
said,
much money.
240
Should be
bucks
set.
is hard to pass up.
Yep.
That's me. Done.
All right, build track.
He's very decisive. Okay.
All right,
Awesome.
I'm going to do this the same way you did, Edward. Here, and buy this.
Okay, so resources, go ahead.
So that's 1 of each, plus the extra iron and the extra stone.
And you have both the engineers, that's
Yep.
legit. So that's going to be 5 and 5, so 10
Oh, can I not do it? Do I not have enough effort?
You don't. You only have 9,
So instead, I might need to do that.
which means you get 1 stone back. You good with it?
I think so.
And then it's $50 to buy that as your freebie.
Yep.
Okay, and then put a track down here if you would. If you would. Track. All right, cool. Yeah, that's legit. That's good. So you're going to get 3 investments right there.
Yep. Sorry, those
Yeah,
will go to you.
no worries.
Yep.
You're good.
And
So what are you doing with them?
I think what I want to do with them is take. I wish there were a way to simply just take them as money, but I don't want to flip. I don't think I want to flip any more of these. And that means that I can take them as influence or I can take them as stock. I think they're 3, right? 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
I'm going to take all of them as stock.
Okay, checks out. Okay, so let's see. Boom, done. You got that. You got that. That's it. Any free actions? Any deliveries or anything?
Nope.
No? Oh, because you have no coal. All right, cool. Mr. Fowler.
Okay, so ready to do the track lay. I
On
had
it,
2
Gus.
things I was considering. One was doing this way, and the other was going this way. This way, however, is going to cost 10 effort. I don't have 10 effort. I have 8 effort. Getting the workers to make up the remaining 2 effort is going to be prohibitively expensive because it's going to cost 90 and I've only got 70. Apart from the fact it's going to cost 90. So I'm not really very keen on that option. So given that, I think I'm going to go towards Kelj, something like that.
Go with it. It's as good as better than I could do, I'm sure. So 3, 6 effort,
So it's only 6 effort.
and then
2 extra, 1 of each plus 2 extra stone.
yep, checks out. Because bridge.
Again, I don't get the business opportunity because somebody else keeps leaping in front of me. I know what it is about business opportunities. And that's it. So that's on the track bit.
And no deliveries, no investment, no nothing
Deliveries,
like that.
no
Okay.
special things.
Now, notice everybody is within theoretically. Well, y'all are. I'm not. I'm 2 actions away. Y'all are 1 action away. Theoretically, Martin needs a ton of resources to be able to do it and effort. So it's going to go at least 1 more round. And same with Martin is out of resources, but has the effort, but out of the resources. So not likely to happen, but I'm not looking at, there you go. Okay. Yes. So we're looking at least 1 round. So I'm not terribly stressed yet. Emphasis on the yet, because factories. Okay. Flush with cash, at least for now, but I think I need to focus. Okay. If I produce wood, iron, coal. Wood, iron, coal. Wait, I'm sorry, wood, iron, coal. So I need stone for another. Iron, iron, iron. Okay. I don't have the bandwidth. So it's 2 deliveries. So that's iron, coal, wood. So that's 2, 2, 2. Or I'll do it this way. 1. Okay. Of each to be able to make that, right? Then that's going to be 3 additional iron. Okay. That's what I need to be able to make it there. But I also need a tunnel engineer I need 5. I need 1 of each of those, and I need 4 iron. I can buy 2. Okay. I think we buy resources this turn, and then we worry about a factory later. You don't have a contract yet. You don't have a contract yet. I assume one of y'all is going to go for that contract, because 1 of each. Nope. Nope. I don't know what the hell y'all are going for. But I imagine not a factory right now, I don't think. If I produce, that gives me the extra iron, but then I need stone. Stone's coming out. I think I buy resources. I think so. And not produce. The other option is I buy a stone factory with my last one, which is there, which is 40, unfortunately. Oh, I could go produce. Oh, God. Maybe I don't buy. Maybe I just worry about producing. So if that's the case, I think I buy the stone factory. Done. Yeah. Yeah, I can afford it. There. Go back 1 because I'm duplicating. Stone factory should be 20, but because it's going there, it's going to be 40. I don't want to be frivolous with the money just because I have a lot of it right now because, again, points. So there, that's going to be a stone factory. Did I do that right? Just coal? I did. Okay, but then now I need work. Oh, God. Stone factory. It's going to go there. It's 4 stone, please.
1, 2, 3, 4, sir.
Still can't make any deliveries. That's me.
All right. I think I take that contract that Edward pointed out.
Okay, so hold on. So contract there and the 1 of each,
Yep.
which you still don't have the coal, but you have 2 of them, right? Yeah. All right, so 3 and 3. There you go. Yummy. And any other action? Any free action?
No.
Okay. Mr. Fowler. Oh, God.
I am going to do a little philanthropy. Spend 20 and go up. It's not going to improve my position, but it is going to allow me to
Get access to those. Yep.
Well,
Yep.
particularly these. So I'm going to do a tunnel
right.
engineer.
Fact.
I'm going to need to open up a tunnel.
That makes sense. So another thing that Eric pointed out, I'm not going to do this, but I appreciate that he's pointing it out. My original thought was like here, 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 right? Then he pointed out here, here, there, there. Then he just pointed out there, 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 and then it's less resources. The problem with that is 6 effort to go there, and then it's 12 effort. That is a like if we go to round 7, that's doable, but as it is right now, I don't see that as doable. Hire workers, produce. Hire workers, produce. Hire workers, produce. We're going to hire workers now because producing nobody can mess with, so let's do that. This is going to be really painful. So I know I'm buying that. I have access to the White City, so that's 30 there. We know I'm going to need a ton more effort than what I have. And I know I need not only effort, but I also need 3 factories. I have 2 currently, so I need like 5 workers, which that's 170 bucks. What do I need money for at this point is the question. I'm not trying to be, again, smug about it. I'm legit. I need it to buy factories. After the workers, I think I just need it to buy factories. As of right now, that's what I need it for. Wow. So if I bought 3 workers, that's what, 120? God, that's painful. But I think I have to. Might as well do it on the green. So, yeah, there's no way around it, is there? 1, 2, 3. So that'd be 120 bucks.
40, 50, and 30.
Right?
Yep. You're taking 2 workers?
3.
So 40, 50, and 50 is 140 bucks.
30, 40, 50.
You pay what they're at. Okay, yep. 30, 40, 50.
Yes, of
Yep.
course, it's that way around, doesn't it?
Okay, yeah, you pay what they're at. So
That's me.
Yep.
Plus the engineer, which I already paid for. That's it. Ouch.
So it comes back to me, and I think I am going to take a free action. I think I'm going to take an investor for 130.
That feels good, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, because what I want to do with him, I think, was worth it. So I think the action I want to take is...
It's funny that it's like, I'm like, oh, I got all this planned. That's great. And then I'm looking, I'm like, oh God, where am I going to get more money to do that? And then not only that, I'm not taking any more investments. How am I going to afford the 3 factories? Because I'm only getting 20 income.
So,
Oh my God, right?
You took a lot of contracts
Let's
there,
go
and
with-
that means a lot of factories.
let's go with buy a factory.
Okay. All right. This. Yep.
It's going to be a coal factory.
For 20?
Yep. Which is why I did that. I only had 10.
It's right there.
It's right there. That actually finishes that contract for me. It gives me 4 when I spend this guy, and that was the reason I bought this link instead of just going through there with
sure.
the factory spots.
Makes sense.
That was what I assumed you were doing.
That it?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Fowler?
Indeed. So I could go and get that tunnel engineer, but I don't think I'm in a rush. It's unlikely that anyone's going to deliver here because no one's got any track anywhere near here. Martin is the closest, and he's going to have to build a station and then build it, assuming he wants to go there for some reason. Might be delivering or something, but it's going to take him a while. So I don't think I need to get it right now. There's no other way it's going to bump up out of my reach. So what else do I want to do? Well, actually, I think it's that contract. Because that's still sitting there. I've been toying with the other contracts, but they're all involving a degree of risk as to me getting an extra factory in place. And as you've noticed, money is tight.
I heard that about this game.
And on top of that, if I got a free one, it would use up 3 of my slots. And I'm going to need 4 slots in order to complete that last thing. So I've got the extra iron, but I need 1 of each of the other goods. So if I'm going to be able to finish quickly, which I think I want to try and push the pace, then
Yes. That makes sense.
that's what I need to do. So I'm going to just go with a lighter contract. I don't know whether it'll be enough, but we'll see. I'm hoping Edward's got himself into a bit of a hole with his contracts, and he's not going to be able to complete them.
I mean, it's possible, right? I think I need to produce as my last action. Or do I? A moment. Is that short-sighted to do that? It doesn't hurt. It hurts me from a staying on target. I think it ends up being a wash. So maybe I don't stress about that? I don't know. I know I need to do that. Not going to overthink it. Give me a minute to overthink it. Hold on. That is prohibitively expensive to get another factory, which I can. But the problem, no, actually, I cannot. I do not have a place to put a factory. We're going to produce. Not going to overthink it. Just straight up produce. So, 1, 1, 1. Which I have an extra stone. Now the question is, do I take the coal? I mean, I might as well. Yeah. Go ahead.
I need to invest.
May I take the coal, please? Did I? Oh, I gave them to you. They were
Oh,
sitting.
sorry.
You're
You're right
good.
there. Okay, sorry. Good point.
That's me. Done.
Shows how much attention I've been paying to the investor community.
I'm sorry, what?
That's quite correct, Shrey.
Yep.
Shrey. My reaction to investors is,
Yep.
I like what Martin said because it helps me out a little. So I am going to build a station. Now that's going to cost me 10 in influence. This goes out, this comes out, and I'm going to build it right here
For $50.
for $50.
Martin.
so he's threatening a move to the White City. So I'm setting myself my setup up to finish the game next turn.
Right.
I think I have to do that. So it's going to cost me 30 to buy the engineer, but I'm in no rush unless the White City's threatened. It's going to take Martin to get there. He can't build right away because he's got no stuff. So he's going to have to at least do something to generate stuff before he gets there. What else do I need to get there? I will also need a little bit more iron because I don't quite have enough iron. I'll be able to produce off my factories to get a stone and a wood. I have 1 iron, I'm going to need an extra iron. So I'm definitely going close to the bone here, but I think it's more important for me to get the extra iron than it is to attempt the worker. Is it likely I'm going to be torpedoed here? Martin's going to have to both do a... He's got no other action this go, so he can't go in front of me next go. So I'm definitely moving in front of him next go. Because he's out of my hands. So that's good. I am the last go on this turn, whatever happens. So yeah, so there's no great rush on that. I will move ahead of Martin, but not before ahead of Edward. So I don't think it matters which of the two I do. You were saying?
No, I made a mistake, but just
That's
continue
okay.
your action. I'm not pulling it back.
So I am going to spend the 20 and pick up a iron, and I might as well take it straight to my thing because it doesn't really make any difference.
Sorry. All right. So end of the round. Nobody's made it. Good. Take your hands back. Okay. So resources come out round 6.
Yes. And
A
6.
stone and a wood.
It's a 2.
Go ahead. Anything that's down here on your docks. Get your pittance for income for some of us. 20.
50.
Graduate your workers. Turn order. Y'all switch. And yours truly.
I don't know whether I can win with this strategy. I haven't mapped it out. And I have no intention of mapping it out. I'm going with a gut. Somebody else has probably figured out whether this is actually a winning move or not. But I'm not a mapping it out kind of guy.
If y'all finish it this round, I'm going to be in a hurt locker, I think.
That's what I was hoping.
I am 1 factory short. No matter how I skin this cat, I think.
But if you get 2 of those contracts,
Oh,
still gonna be a lot.
I'm going to be able to get 2.
so it may be enough to win you it anyway.
I don't know. I don't think so, but we're going to try. Because the way I see it is I go build, factory, factory, build, but the last factory I'm not going to be able to get. I don't think. Because I need to produce once in between there, I think. So I need to build. So now, yeah, I'm 1 factory short. Yep. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. And I'm short cash. Okay. So what I'm thinking, I have very little room left as far as trains, right? And I can't waste the action, assuming somebody's going to finish it. So if somebody's going to finish it, my goal, I need to be able to get spots for factories, obviously, right? I am currently factoried out. So my options are I could produce and get another iron, 1 iron for 1 production to be able to build that. That gives me access to 2 factories. Or I wait on that and I build up St. Polten to Amstetten. That gives me 1 factory, an investment token, which, whatever, right now. But it does give me the key to Amstetten, which is currently worth 80, which that's going to bump up 1, that's going to be worth 90 points. It kind of offsets the 3rd factory that or the 3rd one that I'm going to fall short on. I think I do that, and I worry about this later. So that's what I'm going to do. So building just the regular, so it's going to be 1 of each. Going from home, that's going to be 3, and then over to Amstetten, that's going to be a total of 8 effort. That's 6. That's 8. I get the 1 investment. Income doesn't really, I think. And then I will do a coal delivery. So there's coal off of here and a coal from up there to Amstetten. That gets me the large green key.
And green bumps.
And green bumps 1, and I'll just put it here so y'all can see it. Well, that's me, done.
Okay, well, I should hire a worker now. So I will go to hire workers and get myself a tunnel engineer.
Done?
Yep, done.
Martin?
I think I need to produce. 1 second. Actually, let me just talk out my entire turn so we can figure out which one I do first. I'm thinking produce will get me the brown and orange off of there and there, which will allow me to build. The 2 white builds I do, I think, are here and here for the 2 tracks, so I can get both of those keys as free actions when I deliver these coals. So this is build and produce I need to do. If I'm going to deliver 3 keys, 1, 2, 3, I'm going to need a 3rd coal, so I'm going to need to buy coal as well. So I'm going to be doing build, which no one can really stop me for. Sorry, build track and produce, which no one can really stop me for.
You're going to need workers.
I'm going to need to buy a coal. Oh, and I'm going to need
3 workers.
3 workers. I think the 3 workers are not an issue because I've got 120 money. And just like you, 30, 40, 50.
120, yep.
So I need to buy workers. And I don't even have to do that soon because, well, where am I? Purple. Yeah, because this.
Yeah, you're fine.
So workers, buy track, produce resources. I'm going to need to buy a coal. And I think the last one is wherever my influence is, I'm going to need to spend some money to push me over whatever the 4th city marker is. So let's None of those matters except for buy coal, and I might as well.
I love that you're going to finish this 6th round. Even though it hurts me, I think it's great.
Yeah.
Well, I suspect it's going to hurt me.
So I'm going to
more
take
in many
the
ways,
first thing I'm going to
'cause I don't
do
think
is
it was.
take the free action.
But now I'm kind of committed to,
deliver
it.
that.
I don't think there's
Okay.
any point in me trying
Alright.
So
to abandon
green.
my
Green.
strategy.
Okay. The second thing I think I'm going to do is buy a coal.
A single coal for 20?
Yep. So I get it instantly.
Yep. Pay your 20.
If I pay my 20.
All right, so back to me.
Oh, wait a minute. If I do that, then I can't afford the workers.
Correct.
I'm not going to. Maybe I.
This is a hard-ass game. In a good way, I think.
One
right?
second. Let me think about this. I don't need to buy that coal.
Back. No, I got it. Don't worry. Put it back in
The reason why I don't need to buy that coal is when I produce, I can take it off
Yeah, true.
of there. So if I'm not doing that, then let's just say produce. Let's do the track now. No, sorry, I got to produce first. So let's take one from here. One is the brown, and the other one I need is the orange.
There you go. And because you produced, it comes immediately. Let's buy a factory, shall we? It's going to be the iron one for 50 bucks. That at least completes the big boy one there. And that's going up there to St. Polton. 4 iron, please. And that's 50 bucks. Still can't deliver anything, I'm pretty sure, right? Like, nothing has shown up that I can... Nope. All right, done. That's me.
Okay, I will produce. I'll grab a wood and a stone from my last 2 factories that have anything in them, and that gives me the resources ready for next go.
Well done. So that is Trieste, if
That
you
will be
want it.
Trieste. And I do want it.
All right.
I said I'm increasingly feeling it's not a winning move, but it's the move I'm doing, and
I
I
need to- is it
don't
me?
see a better one.
Yeah.
Hire workers. And it's going to be 30, 40, 50.
120.
So 120, which is what I got.
So pick one.
Okay. And that gets me 3 workers.
Yep. And produce. So 1 there.
Yep.
Okay, let me do this right. Hold on. So that's there. There. I know I need that. Build. Build, build. There's no no deliver coal. I might need that.
Edward, I need to. Oh, never mind.
I do have room for these, so why wouldn't I? I think we will do this. That's me. Produced. Done.
Build 1 of each, plus an extra iron. I have the 8.
Was it those?
What's the power?
Yep.
Extra iron.
Yep.
Yeah.
Trieste.
There it is.
iron, yeah.
Well done.
Iron
1,
also,
2,
yeah.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I get $70 for that.
Because of this. Oops.
Which I might be able to do something useful with, but we'll see. I've got ideas, but no great ideas.
There you go. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There you go.
All right.
And that triggers the end of the game at the end of this round.
Yes.
So
So 6. I think I would be surprised if anyone's managed it in 5. It would seem like the other players would need to actively help you in some way.
Yeah,
But
right, yeah.
I'm going to build track as well. Now that I've got one of each. And the 9 effort required, I can build this and this.
5 and 9 checks out.
And I can do a free delivery to there and take the, what color key is that?
That is brown.
Brown. Can I take the big brown key, please?
Done. Okay. I will go back 1 influence because build. So a moment while I think about this. I need access to 1 factory. Let's just save some time. Is there one that you all see? That I have on a single bit right there. That's 4, that's 8, and I don't have it. I have 4.
Can you even get to it?
Yeah,
It's 3 spaces away.
it's 1.
Oh, you just 1. You're correct.
So I realized I only have 4 effort. So I have a choice, and I think it's a non-choice. So I think, unfortunately, yeah, that messed me up. It's just going to be a regular build.
Brown shield has to move up from the delivery.
Oh, yeah. So that's 1. There you go. So it's going to be a regular build, and that's going to exhaust that and pivot. I feel like Ross. Pivot! Right there. It gives me a 1 opportunity. This I don't think is going to matter because white's going to go up 0 on the first delivery.
Oh,
So
that's good.
if that's the case, income, it's $10 for
Not worried about that.
the business opportunity, please. And then yeah, I guess that's it. That's me. Oh. Okay.
Okay, so I think my best bet now is to take a contract and grab that stone contract, which is something I can easily fulfill.
I mean, duh, right?
And yeah, it blocks off one of my wagons, but you know, I'm not that. Oh,
And the-
I'll get another
oh,
investor.
yeah,
I can
yes, you do.
thumb my nose at, yes.
Facts. Don't want to miss that step. You have 1 turn. Yeah, we're
One
good.
action.
Yep, we're good. Yeah.
I think I grab a contract as well.
So it looks like 60 or 60.
I think I'll take the one for 60. So can you put that on? Did I already
Take
put
the contract?
Did I already put it out
Nope.
there? Nope. Okay. On this, this comes up here. This goes up here, and I'm doing another free delivery to here, and I get the big white
And
key.
take that off. There you go. Yep.
And that does not advance the white marker.
Nope. Yes, it does.
Does
Oh,
it?
well,
0.
it's 0.
Yeah.
You're right. It.
That's what I mean. That's what I'm worried about because
All good.
I'm right on that white marker.
Yep. Okay. So let me think through this. I don't think it makes any sense to do anything other than build a factory. I'm $10 short.
Ooh. All
Of
that
either
money.
one, they're both. One's brown and the other's black, right?
And they're both 30. Glory to Rome.
And you can't even. You're taking an investor to do it.
Nope.
Nope.
Oh, that killed me. Oh, that hurt. Is there anything I can do? Oh, that doesn't feel good. Okay, let's work through it. I have the stuff to build track, but I don't have the effort. I can't do that. Hiring workers is pointless. Putting out a station makes no sense. Building a factory, pretty sure I'd love to. Can't. Produce, it's a few points, but not worth it. Buying resources makes no sense. Buying a train makes no sense. Taking a contract, that's just mean. Or is it? I mean, I suppose I could take that because I'm going to have to punt on 2 of those because of the $10. Taking the $10 doesn't help. Taking that doesn't help to drop that for $180 because I don't have the action.
There's another huge advantage to taking the contract. You'll get an investor. I don't think you have 2,400 points, so you immediately take it for the cash too.
Which offsets kind of the loss for that, I guess. Ah, that sucks. Golly. I think I have to then, right?
Yeah, I think and you sell a share immediately.
Yeah, obviously. Oh. I think I have to. Oh, that hurts. So, you can move factories.
Yep.
Ouch.
If he had taken the contract the other way, or well, no, you still don't have enough actions. All right.
Okay. So last move. There's nothing you can do to knock the white out. You can't make any more deliveries because you got no coal. But could you get access to coal? I suppose you could buy some. You've got no money.
I feel like this could work the way, like I was just off. Just off. If it goes one more round, I crush. But
You could
ha!
do you have got coal on. You got coal on your production areas?
It didn't. I don't think I do. I used it all.
You've used all your coal, so I'm trying desperately to see if there's any way you can move anything into that white city to make it, because otherwise I'll either take $10 or I spend 10 on philanthropy to knock myself up 1 and.
Okay, the only way the White City moves up is if he delivers.
Right.
Okay, just indulge me. If he bought a coal, he has no money, right?
I have no money.
Yeah, you can't deliver coal. I don't see anything.
And he's got no coal on the board to be able to.
Yeah.
produce it,
Just
so
shortcut it
Yeah, I
and
can take
save
10.
time. Take $10.
That's what I'm thinking.
All right. So for my last action, what I could do is I could just sell a share, buy a coal from the market, and instantly deliver this stone to push the White City up.
There is that.
There is that.
Now, if I do that, it's going to cost me 10%, but it's going to get me 130, and the stone delivers for $80, so it's going to get me 210. I think it's worth.
That cost me 3 points,
And
basically.
Okay, well, we'll see if it comes down to it.
Because I got 10 more from that, and I lose 4 for not being at the front of
So
all
3
of them.
points, right?
The other option I have is taking a share to bump my influence up, but I don't think I do that. So I think that's what I do is I take 130, 130.
That's clever, though, I will say, because I didn't see it either.
I
I'm just
buy
not
a
thinking
coal.
shares, that's the thing.
Yep.
and then I
Hold
instantly
on. Buy your hand. Action. So buying a coal
yep
for 20.
for 20, and then using the free action to deliver the stone to here and
Okay,
bump
so
the White
hold on.
City.
So first off, you delivered stone.
Yep.
$70.
$70. Yep.
White will go up there.
Yep.
And that's the end of the game. So we go into final scoring. Okay, here we go. So final scoring. is this.
Just throw another load of room up there. Since, yeah,
I was hoping
think
to
so.
earn one for that, but I forgot to mention it.
We're at a nickel. All right. Man, I
need the calculators
okay.
for
Yep.
these.
Bust out the calculator. Right.
So we got to collect our. There's some steps before that. We collect our income again, right?
Oh, hold on.
Yep,
We'll get
we'll
there.
get
We'll
there.
get there.
Yeah.
All right. So, did somebody make it a Trieste or 8-round? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Good. All right. So, first things first. Get your income again. So, 10, 20,
50.
30.
10.
Okay. Good. And then nobody got this. Nobody gets income again. So, okay. Next is all resources on your board are worth $10. Hey, 70. I'll take it. That's 70. So that'll be 30 back. That's another 100. Okay. Everyone good with that? And now cash out your keys. So we'll go here. White key is worth 110.
Yeah.
Nobody got the little key, so okay. We'll go blue.
Nobody got those.
Nobody got those. Sorry, nobody got the blues. Green. That's what I was looking at. I got the big. And where's green?
I got
Up
the little.
there.
Yeah.
And you got the little. So the big is worth 90,
And this little's worth.
and
50.
little is worth 50.
Okay.
Right there. Okay. So hold on. So now I'll start using the calculator. So there's 90. You got yours.
There's still another
And
key.
brown is 40. You
Yep.
got the brown one. And that's it for keys, because these did not get taken. All right, done.
I shouldn't have delivered. Oh, okay, good. What I shouldn't have done is I shouldn't have delivered this coal here for 40. I should have delivered the wood here for 60. It would have been 20 more bucks.
All right, so now we're going to, here, I'll go ahead and we'll do that. Oh, a little off, sorry. There we go. So based on number of cities, 10, 30, 60, or 100, both y'all get the 60. I get the 100 because I'm at all four, so at least there's that. Okay. Next is going to be, oh, somebody made it to Trieste. All right. Cool. All contracts deliver. Okay. So now, where is the closest thing? So I'll start. So Martin obviously is going to be the one that gets paid. He's the only one that got it. Mm-hmm. So the closest for me is here, where we join, unfortunately. Mm-hmm. So 1, 2, 3, 4 links. That's $80. So you take 80. Mm-hmm. I lose 80. I deliver all 4 contracts. So that is positive 410 and minus 370. 410, $40. I owe you, what did I say? 1, 2, 80.
80.
So I lose $40 out of all my contracts.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So $40. I get 10 back. That sucks. Martin?
I deliver on all my contracts for 360, but I owe 40 to.
10, 20 doubled is 40. So
I get 320.
320, 40, good. And then Mr. Fowler, you just straight
Yeah.
240.
Line for 240.
Okay. All right. Next, 10%. So I lose. I have 320. Oh wait, plus the 190. Hold on. 510 times 0.6. 306. That is officially my worst score.
I am 810 times by 0.8 is 648.
And you're the win event, I'm 520.
There we go. Somebody can math this for me. I'm just curious. Just if I had the extra $10, obviously that would be there and I would have completed that. I'm just curious. So that was minus 40 in the contracts. That would have been 540 minus 180, 360,
Yes.
200. I still don't win. At least that makes me feel better.
So this link that you did here
Yeah.
was to be able to,
Build the last factory I needed right there.
but you didn't have the money to build it.
I was $10 short.
So if you could have done something like this instead, you would have saved yourself a lot of money from Martin.
$80. That it would have been an $80 change,
Yep.
but it's still
Yep.
it's a cow's opinion. It's all right. Well, there you go.
What was the score? 3.
Oh, is there need?
I'll just keep keep a note of it.
306.
Okay, well, that's good to know.
Well, okay.
Excellent
I'm going to
teaching.
start. I never start these. I'm going to start. Long story, I guess, here incoming. Alexander Huemer, I was a big fan of Lignum, right? Planning the game. I enjoyed it when it came out. When I heard about this game some number of years ago, I was looking forward to it because it's Alex's game and Capstone. I was like, ooh, all right, cool. And then finally, when it came around, when we got it, just where things were, I was like, we'll get to it when we get to it, whatever. It wasn't going to work out, whatever. And so I wasn't super excited about it. And then when we sat down to play it on Saturday, I was like, oh, okay, cool. Yeah, hey, I'm into this. And then about a third of the way through, I was struggling through this because very inefficient, first game fumbling, right? By the end of the game, because it took us like 4.5 hours, learning the game the whole night, right, and 4 players, I really was pissed off and did not enjoy this game at all. We played it yesterday, and I didn't really do a whole lot better score-wise, but I felt like I was playing the game and the game wasn't playing me at that point. And then tonight, obviously, I have a lot going on when I'm running the streams, right? I was being very tactical in that I wasn't able to plan too far ahead, but it was coming together. Like it was all, like it felt, oh, hey, this seems cool. It might not work out, and it didn't. But I was like, I'm doing stuff and I'm pulling levers and this feels good, which is kind of what I want from games. I want to be able to have that, can I pull it off? And not often do a lot of the games hit that spot for me.
Right.
And this really did tonight. And I think there are a number of viable paths that you can go, and I'm excited to explore it, which, again, not a lot of games after I've played numerous times in a short period of time am I not, okay, I'm done. We can move on. This was better than I expected. So I really enjoyed it, even though I failed majestically tonight. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, but it was a majestic failure, right?
It really-
Because really pushed it on the finance and contract side.
Right. I mean, I was on that razor's edge.
yeah.
At $10, right, is
Yeah.
the difference. But if it goes one more round, I think I crush.
Yeah.
Right? But ifs and buts and all that. So, yeah, that's me. But, yeah, big fan. I really enjoy a lot of the aspects of this. Knock yourself out.
You good.
So this was my third time playing it. When we played on Saturday, I got crushed. I can count on one hand the amount of times a board game made me feel stupid, and this did on Saturday, right? Board games are my thing, and I often do quite well, and I came in a distant third. Martin crushed it, Shrey did.
I finished
well.
fifth in a 4-player, just
Yeah.
FYI. So.
And then when we played again last night, our practice game, again, Martin crushed it, and Ken did quite well. And last night, as I was leaving here, I was thinking, like, man, I understand the rules to the game. I just don't understand the strategy.
Right.
And I woke up at like 4 a.m. and I just thought, factories deliver. Factories deliver. That's the game. And don't forget the keys. I think you were saying at the end of our practice game, Edward, it's all about the contracts. And I was thinking the keys are kind of like the contracts, except they're no risk. If you get
Right.
Yeah.
Well, the cities ain't going down; they're
Yeah.
only going up, and the first key is worth whatever the city is,
Yeah.
and so people are going to deliver. So it makes sense given the values of them, right? Yeah.
So I came in here with that thought today of simply build factories, and maybe that would work for me. Now, even though my score was nowhere near as high as Martin's was the last 2 times we
Right.
played.
Yep.
I did consider 2 things: the strategy Martin used, and could I replicate what he did? And also, don't fear too much on the investors. I saw Shrey did it, and he still took second place, and Ken did it, and he still took second place. So I wasn't too afraid of these. it kind of worked out for me today. I wish I could say I was brilliant, but I just copied a plan from Martin and stuck with it.
Right.
And I kind of feel like I understand the game now. This is complex enough that there's no way I'm bringing this to Board Game Thursday at the library.
Sure. No doubt, yeah. Oh, this is a legit heavy game, I do believe, because even though the rules get out of the way, I mean, yes, did you forget you had to have a coal to be able? You knew it. It's a lot to manage mentally. I get that. So there is weight there with the just the rules overhead, but I don't feel like we're making a lot of rules mistakes. You know what I mean? And there aren't a whole lot of gotchas in this, little niggling rules that are going to trip you up. I mean, it's 11 actions, so there's a lot of options, and 5 actions, so you have a lot on your plate here. But it's all relatively simple actions, but it's really kind of 14 actions because you also have to keep these in mind as well, but yeah.
You start the game with $140, and there's an action that gives you $10, and you get 29 actions over the course of the game.
Maximum 29, because we damn sure did.
You're right, we didn't. This time we got 19.
Right.
But even then, if you say, I start with 14, if I could just get $10 in action on average, 140 plus 190 is 330. I scored less than 330 when we played last night, I think, or...
Checks out. Yeah, I did too. Yeah, okay. All right, yeah.
It's frustrating, but I think it's probably good to have a game in my collection that I can...
Kicks your ass.
That kicks my ass. Yeah.
Keeps you humble. Yeah, no, I, like I said, the strategy didn't work, but I don't think it's because it can't work. I think if you put a more competent player here, I think they could have pulled it off. However, last game, correct me if I'm wrong, went 7 rounds. Last night went 7 rounds.
Yep.
The game before it went 8 rounds.
Yep.
And I think we've pushed the envelope about as far as that puppy can be pushed. There might be a theoretical way to get the game ended in the 5th round, but that's ambitious, and you have to solely focus on that, and I don't know how. I'm not saying it can't be done. I'm just saying I think 6 is probably the limit, and I think
that took some pushing.
Right.
I mean, I definitely decided, basically at the point where I was making that fork there, I'm going for it.
Go ahead.
Overall, I think the game has grown on me every single play.
Agreed.
I think I'll look around and I'll probably pick up a copy. Of the 400 or so games in my collection, based on the BGG weight of this, and last time I checked it was around 396 or 398. I mean, it will change when people rate it.
Sure.
This would probably be 3rd or 4th in weight for my collection, but there's a spot there for it. So.
What do you think? Well, any other thoughts before?
Oh, plenty.
Go,
plenty
please.
of thoughts.
Yeah, go.
So, this game has a lot of things that I like in a game. I'm always a sucker for any game that has manoeuvring around on a map, because I love maps of the real world. And Austria, I shouldn't call it Austria-Hungary, because it wasn't Austria-Hungary till after the time of this map. Austria, this whole Habsburg Empire, it's an unfamiliar place. It's fun to... And it's a good manoeuvring. You have to build the track. The interplay between that and the resource, both in terms of gathering resources up from the cards and doing the deliveries of the resource. That's a really nice set of mechanisms. I like the fact that you've got to be watching what the other players do, because although you can take the same routes and you're not blocking each other on the actions, you're still looking at factory spots. You're still looking at, can someone shift up the
Influence.
town influence?
Yeah.
Because at various points in the game, that becomes important when you're looking to grab workers. You're looking kind of grab workers quickly. The money situation here can get pretty tight, so you're thinking, do I need to go first to the market? So there's a nice amount of interaction, I think, on the player side. It is certainly on the heavier side. When I then think about games, I then think about how do I compare it to what are the others, and quite a lot of people look at this map and look at the way things lay out, and they say to themselves,
Brass. Sure, right. It's the obvious.
Nothing like Brass,
Right.
And it misses out what, to my mind, is the crucial thing that makes Brass so much a good game, and that is there isn't that sense of cooperative competition. Brass has that lovely element where if I'm going to make build my ironworks, I have to buy coal from Edward, flipping his coal mine, which of course helps Edward, and you have this constant back and forth of every time, and I love that aspect. It's completely missing from this game. You do not have any of that cooperative competition. Another game that's also a brain builder, and I haven't now played for quite a while because we only played it right at the beginning of when you were in Wakefield, is Barrage.
Okay.
And Barrage also has that, you've got a much more abstract map, but you are doing this thing where I'm cooperating with people, competing people, there's blocking and cooperation, that push and pull with a similar weight of game. And so I feel that those two games, and another one that leaps to mind in that kind of category, although it didn't fly so well with Cindy sadly, is The Great Zimbabwe, where again you've got this, I'm trying to maneuver around on an abstract map again, but that is to me a definite negative of this game compared to those. I don't think this is going to rise, in my view, to a Brass or Barrage level of interest, although it's been, as I said, a long time since I've played Barrage, so I'll have to give it another go. The interesting comparison game that I felt, I don't compare this, some people might say it's kind of like a train game because you're building routes. To me, the big difference between this and sort of the classic train games like the Age of Steams or
Sure.
the 18XX is the routes are already there on the map, you have to populate them.
Right.
While with Age of Steam or with 18XX,
You're just
you've
building
got
however
to
you
choose
want.
which
Right,
way
yeah.
the tracks go, and
Right.
that makes a big difference. So this doesn't have that route building quality.
I miss it too.
In that sense, it's similar to Power Grid, where again you've got to claim routes and you're battling out. It's significantly heavier, I think, than Power Grid.
Absolutely.
I'm not sure that the weight, it carries more for the weight of a game of Power Grid. I mean, at
What do you
times when, well, I can think of so many times when we played Power Grid where we have that same competitive, oh, easy, isn't he? You're watching what other people are doing, you're battling over the power plants. This carries a lot more weight. I'm not sure it has more intensity.
Because you're not getting in each other's way in this one like you are in Power
Right.
Grid. You can build over the same routes and it's just costing you $10.
I think the cost is bigger than that. Yes, I hear you that like in God, we didn't do it once, did we? Looking at the board, we didn't share a route yet tonight or at all tonight. But there is a cost that's a little bit more factory spaces. There's a cost there, right? Getting access to that stuff. The business opportunities may be significant. I think it all depends on your specific situation or your opponent's specific situation in that case, as well as possible influence bumps. So I think there is that push-pull. There's no cooperative, competitive, you
Right.
know what I mean. There's none of that in this game whatsoever. But there is that level of kind of a race in that regard. But it doesn't feel like the game is about a race, but it has race, not race for the, I'm talking about racing to get to things before somebody else to anticipate and stuff like that.
Yeah, some of these matter.
Right, and so I think, don't sleep on that aspect of it. And I'm not trying to say, and dispute your thoughts on that, because I think you make really valid points.
Well, there's more. There's more I've got.
Oh, please. Okay.
But before we move on for that,
Okay.
Martin, I would like to comment on that as well, too, right? Not only is there very little in the cooperative to practically none,
Yeah.
I think I would not call this competitive solitaire because there is a little bit of beating people to these.
You do have to be aware of other player stuff, yeah.
All the manipulation or interaction with other players is very subtle. Like, they don't block you here. When they block you here, it's only $10. It's very subtle.
Which may
It's-
matter, $10, right?
$10 matters.
But yeah.
But the subtle is, how did you manipulate the influence Did you take the last factory spot? It's very subtle, right?
Right.
Did you change the prices of the resources before they could buy?
Yep.
Yep.
So there, but subtle. Sorry, Mark.
So I was going to move on to another area, which is one aspect of the game that we haven't been able to explore at all so far in our free plays, which is the variability of the setup, which is a very interesting thing about
I'm
this
excited.
game.
I'm really excited
So,
to.
just to make it clear to the crowd, I mean, all of these town placements are dynamic, except for one or two printed on the board.
Yeah.
They can change. And there's a bunch of setups. You can either do it randomly, there's a bunch of chosen setups. All of these are going to lead to, I think, quite a significant variation in the game. And what that brings my mind to is another comparison game, which is the Voyages of Marco Polo.
Never played it.
So Voyages of Marco Polo is very similar in that you've got a map with the connections hardwired on, but what goes in the various places varies. And that will alter what you're trying to do in terms of the strategy. Do you want to go this way, that way? There's more of a race for Trieste here than Marco Polo's race for Beijing, although, there's similarities. And I think this definitely wants you to move around more than the base Marco Polo game. They also share that grinding, I haven't gotten. You talked about this being a tight economy. I would say the first Voyages of Marco Polo is probably a touch tighter. It really is kind of, oh my God, how do I get that last piece of money or that last camel in order to do this move? The second Marco Polo game is a lot more easier to move around, but the first one definitely has that same tightness. Is this heavier than Voyages of Marco Polo? I'm not sure.
I think it is.
Now, I've never
little bit.
played it, but like just from what I know about it, like I think it's not even a question, right? But again, I haven't played it, but
I'm
really?
wondering about it in my own mind, actually. I was trying to think, what makes this game heavier than that? I mean, I don't know. Because Marco Polo has the whole dice thing that you're trying to place the dice and competing with people for the dice slots. You have the superpowered characters that give you this very strange set of dynamics.
The rules aren't anywhere near as complex as this. There's not as many things to remember, I think, in Marco Polo. The gameplay may be as complex, but the rule set is more simple.
And again, there are on any given turn, theoretically 14 actions you can take, or 14 options, right? Some of it with the free actions, I'm saying. So it just the scope of what you can do. Although realistically, like in any given time, you're probably maybe narrowing it down to 3 or 4 things realistically that you're trying to do. But bigger picture, I mean, the amount of planning that goes into this, I think, is significant, right? I mean, again, that's, if you look at Alex's other game, Lignum, kind of the amount of forethought you have to have in the levels of planning, looking ahead that you need to do. They're apples and giraffes as far as game comparison, but I see that where kind of like his core thing is he wants long-term planning. He wants you to be able to, even though I was playing very tactically, just a lot of balls in the air tonight, but I got burnt because I was $10 short, right? So.
Look at my last turn. I had to plan out 5 actions, and they had to be executed in the right order, like the workers versus buying the coal versus taking the share. I do 1 or 2 of those out of order. So that's why at the start of my turn, when I had all 5 hands, I talked about all 5 things I needed to do, and I still almost made a mistake, right? I definitely made a mistake from my script on the first turn. There was at least 3 or 4 times today, and I was like, I am not taking a mulligan this time around. If this game beats me, or if I can beat this game, I'm going to do it on my own. But yes, the long-term planning is not even only over the number of actions you need to do in that turn. It carries over into the next turn. Like when I think I need to build a train station and then I need to buy trains, it's which one do I do this round and which one do I save to the next round. And even the buying of resources that come to your loading dock, you don't get them that turn, you get them the following turn. So it's planning within a turn and planning, you kind of almost got to know what your next 6, 7, or 8 actions are.
And I mean, talking about mistakes, like the one that jumps out, I'm sure I made plenty, but the one that jumps out is I took a contract instead of buying resources, and Martin cost me an extra $10 with that one resource, and there's the $10. Again, I wouldn't have won because I needed it to go one more round, right? But my point is, I can pinpoint, oh, I screwed that up, I screwed it. So it's, yeah, it has the right amount of tension, and it's funny in a sense that both of our last plays, we kept saying this is a extraordinarily tight financial game. Now I felt like it was tight in both. This is the first game where I felt the two currencies, cash and actions. This is the first time I felt the pinch in actions. And I think, did I take the $10 once? At most, I did once. So there's like, it started out like this: money, tightness, and action, and now I don't think that's dropped. I think that's just raised up as you learn more about it, and it actually gets harder as you experience more of the game to be able to try more interesting strategies.
So who was it who said yesterday you might need to take that action? I think we took it a lot less today. Maybe we mocked that a little bit yesterday, but
did.
I owe an apology to, to whomever said that.
I think it was Bart that was saying, yeah, you may take, you know, if you take it a couple times, whatever. We took it far less this game than we had in the previous game. So there is a steep learning curve. At least there has been for me. Like, this is the third game, and this is the first game that I really felt competent, even if it wasn't successful.
Yeah, definitely. I was humming okay last night's game as well, but the first one was definitely a blur. So, like many heavy games, this is a game you have to play at least a couple of times to really get a handle on it. I'm certainly interested in playing this more and exploring more of what it can do, particularly once we start varying some of this setup and trying to think through what is your path to win, and indeed to chess when suddenly the things are laid out differently. But I mean, when it looks as a sort of those comparison games, if you like this game, the kind of people that would like this game certainly would be somebody who enjoys a brass, definitely somebody who enjoys a Marco Polo, and you know, the reverse kind of is true. Although I would say if someone was interested in this kind of game and hadn't played Brass or Barrage, they really ought to try out Brass or Barrage, because I think they have that extra spice that matters a lot.
For what it's, and keeping with that, I mean, Brass is one of the greatest games ever designed.
Yeah, I mean, that's high praise.
Right. So yeah, no, I think that's fair. So a couple of questions some folks have asked. Franny, difference between 3 and 4 players?
It didn't feel very different to me. They tighten up the board, so the number of worker tracks.
Oh, hell. Here, look. So 3-player, 4-player, first off.
And the number of worker tracks is the player count times 2. The number of factory slots here is the player count plus 1.
Right.
The
And
number,
then, 3 players, 4 players, and there are 2-player ones which are smaller, but those are different components. Also, the number of contracts is 1 less.
Number of players plus 1 times 3. So number of players plus 1, then times 3.
Starting cash difference. I'm trying to think. Oh, and all of these tiles. There's a 2, a 3, and a 4-player set of tiles. So on the back of these, and I'll go ahead and do it this way here. Y'all can see right there. So 3-player ones, and obviously, and then for the hubs, where they are depends on the player count. So 2, 3, or 4 dictates where those end up. The market doesn't change.
Yeah, and it felt like it was cheaper generally to buy resources. You could tell the difference.
Yeah,
in, terms of the
in
market.
3 and 4. But as far as feel in the game,
Felt very, very similar.
it did, which shocked the hell out of me because I expected the board to feel wide open. It didn't feel wide open. Now, which leads to the next question. So I think we're all in agreement that, honestly, I don't mind this at 4. It felt very similar to 3 in game length. Didn't feel longer.
No.
Now, obviously, again, 1 round less, 3 players, so it felt shorter in that. But I felt last night, when we were playing 4-player, we were between 19 and 29 minutes per round, depending on where we were in this. So if the difference, if it doesn't feel any different, I was going somewhere with that and I lost my train of thought. Sorry. The fighting on the map. Did it feel better? Or like I didn't feel any different 3 or 4 on that, even though you were left kind of to your own device on the on your other side of the map.
Yeah, the only thing I ever felt was sometimes a sense of urgency of, can you do a delivery? Like, you beat me to this, or was someone going to get here, get the business opportunities before me? But no, you don't really want to go off on your own too much, because then your shortest route's going to start back here. I had to build this, else I would have been paying Martin a fortune.
For completing your contracts, right? Yeah.
Yep.
The other
That makes
thing
sense.
I would say to someone playing this is, don't worry too much about getting to Trieste. 2 of the 3 times we played, the person who won wasn't the person who got to Trieste. If Martin didn't get to Trieste the first time we played, Shrey and I did, but Martin still won. So, but you want to, whoever is getting to Trieste, connect into their network somewhere near the end.
Yes. Yeah, you want to make sure that you're not too detached on that.
I'm trying to see. Let's see. Do you think at some point in the future it benefit from new map boards, different geographies? You would have to play this so much for that to be because with the random setup,
The random towns make more of a difference than the fixed links, is my feeling.
I think so, yeah.
And particularly because with the links, I think you've got to be careful how you... I bet these links have been thought through very carefully to how many moves you get to take to Trieste and to what extent you need the tunneling and the bridging to be able to make it work. I suspect there's quite a lot of thought has gone into tuning that.
Sure, but these don't have the names of the cities on them. They're printed on the board. I think it would be easy for, just say, Capstone Games, to just print boards for, here's a China map, here's a Russia map.
But I don't know that it would be that different in...
Well, I mean, look at this one here where there's a lot of interconnected. You could have a map with choke points. You could have, there could be things that could...
But realistically, I think, again, in 2022... How many plays of a game are you really getting before that becomes an issue? Right. 99% of folks are not going to run into that issue.
Yeah, you don't need it. The game, I think, has a lot of replayability with the random setup. You don't need it.
Yeah, and somebody asked, do you want it to feel different at different player counts? No. I don't think so.
I mean, 2 is obviously going to be different because it's 0 sum, but other than that, I mean, that's standard on every game. I don't need it to feel any different.
Right. No, and I know there's supposed to be a solo coming at some point, which I think that only benefits from. But yeah, overall, I'd say really well done. I am really surprised at how much I ended up liking this more than I thought I would. And after the first play, I was mentally exhausted. Like, I was just tapped. And the idea of playing something after that, I was like, nope, I'm just spent. And so last night felt pretty good. Today, I feel fine. Like, mentally, I'm less exhausted. And that's part of it, just learning the game and the whole 9 yards. Component quality is good. Obviously, like I said, this is a pre-production copy, so we don't have the right sticks, but whatever. The one negative, I guess, I would point out, like, all the cardboard's thick, everything's great. The only thing that I'm not super keen on is these are starting to warp. So I've been bending them back. I did earlier today, and it helped some, but just FYI. But again, other than that, I think, well done.
Yeah, and it's nice also to have a game like this that has a good, strong... the theme comes through quite nicely in the sense you've got a real sense of both racing the track and also trying to build up the industrial empire that makes it work. And we've played quite a few heavier games where the theme is really kind of laughable. And it really makes a difference when you've got a theme that connects nicely to the gameplay.
So we talked a little bit about the theme when we started the stream, right? And do I feel like I'm building bridges and tunnels and care about that. The extra resources kind of make it feel like you're doing something extra or something different. Using the particular
on
type
the
of
regular-
engineer. Yeah. The fact that you're looking at contracts and picking specific types of resources, iron, coal, that they all have different prices. Yeah, it's not immersive, but I feel like the theme comes through.
Yeah, I thought it did.
I disagree. Not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying, like, it feels like, I mean, in a lot of ways, an efficiency Euro, right? Here's the litmus test for me. Could you put a different theme on this and make it fit? You know what I mean? Now, that said, I know Alex is from Austria, right, in that area, so I imagine this is near and dear to his heart, and so I get that. But I like it because choo-choo, duh. But whatever. On the theme, it could have been, I like it because it's trains and, you know, it's a part of the world that I don't have a whole lot of intimate knowledge of the geography and stuff. But you're not getting this for a theme. You're not getting this like you would in Obsession, right?
Well, actually, I think it's more the point of this is not a new or interesting theme in the way that, say, Obsession is. With Obsession, part of what makes that game really fun is that the theme is just, no one's done anything quite like that before. And you've got a different feel to it. Well, yeah, we know lots of games that involve building track and creating resources and moving them around, and you know, there's a gazillion cube rails and all the rest of it. You know, so in that sense, the theme is kind of, I think it comes through, but it's not an excitingly different theme.
Fair. Yeah, I mean, because trains.
Yeah.
So either you like it or you don't.
Yeah, and I do. So it
Right. Well,
suits
and
me.
same. Somebody also asked me this or Lignum, right? Have either of you played Lignum? Okay. So it's been a hot minute since I played Lignum, to be clear. But I kind of been in the back of my head chewing it over, and Lignum's ugly. Mechanically, they're just so different. I think this, though, I mean, again, it has trains as opposed to wood cutting. I'm not really tied to. I appreciate the fact that Lignum is different, but the artwork's not flattering on that one. It's not really flattering here, but it's standard Europe.
It's solid.
Right, yeah, it's solid. It's if not anything special. But I think I would lean towards this, and I don't think there's a lot of recency bias on that. I think this just scratches a better itch. But keep that in mind that when Lignum came out 5-7 years ago, whenever it was, that felt heavy at the time. I don't think it would feel as heavy to me now. So just my it would feel different. So I'm judging it against how this is now and how I'm seeing it as best I can. But would I happily play Lignum again? Yeah. So take that with a grain of salt. All right. Yeah, I think we killed it. Honestly, I'm pretty happy with the way tonight went. So, except $10. But it felt good. So that's another thing. I failed, but the path I was on felt exciting because I had no idea if it was a train wreck impending or if it was possible, and it felt possible, and it was exciting. And I don't get that in a lot of games.
Yeah. Well, I felt a similar thing when I was pushing for the finish. I thought, I have no idea. Maybe I'm torpedoing Edward. Maybe Martin's just got enough built up that he'll overcome me, which is what turned out. But at least I'm going to push for it and see what happens. It'd be interesting to try a more financial. I haven't yet sold a share in any of the 3 times we've played. So I better try a shares triumph.
But see, and I like the idea that you've won and not done it.
Yeah.
I think this is a viable strategy,
yes, I think
right?
it is.
And I think what you did was And again, we play a lot of games, and we play a lot that have different strategies, but it's not often exciting. And I thought some of the stuff in this game was, even though the actions themselves aren't terribly exciting, the package that they're wrapped up in and the end result ends up being satisfying in a lot of ways.
Good.
Cool. All right. How long till we get the $20 chips? When somebody purchases me $20 chips and they fit in with the set that we have, or they buy a new poker set and send them to me, we will get $20 chips. I will happily do that. Okay. All right. That's it. Give it a thumb. Subscribe if you don't. I think we earned that tonight. I think we killed it.
We don't need your whole hand. You get to keep your fingers. We only need your thumbs.
What he said. There you go. And by the way, that number's wrong. That's the wrong picture. But yeah, it's not back. So there you go, Fernando. Sorry about that. Anyway, if you want to. So last night we did a pre-play of this, behind the scenes, kind of seeing the sausage mate. If you want to see a less polished version of this, and in future games, you'll be able to be a patron. Patreon.com/HCHQ. You get perks and you get access to the Slack channel where the community, basically the majority of the folks down underneath chatting are patrons. So that's pretty awesome. Pretty awesome community. Actually, both of you actually were patrons, and then I moved here, and now they're a part of the game group. That could happen to you too Anyway, you get the idea. Consider supporting the show is what I'm saying. I think the entertainment value, maybe the value in what we're creating is worth a couple bucks to you each month. Certainly would appreciate it, y'all. So today's Wednesday. Friday, we have apparently a blizzard coming in Friday, Saturday. So we should be able to get our Power Grid Japan map, I think, in on Friday. We may do something this weekend, but we're talking 1.5 feet of snow maybe. So if we do, we may not be doing anything this weekend. We will see how that goes. Anyway, thanks everybody. So we'll see you Friday, maybe something else this weekend, and definitely next week. I'm Edward.
Martin the Younger.
He's Martin.
Y'all have a good night. Thanks everybody for watching. That was fun. Hopefully y'all enjoyed it. We'll see y'all on Friday. Take care, y'all.
So reset it and play again?
I mean, it's 10. I'm not, I think I'm too tired for that, but for a moment, it was like,
I need to go home and have my whiskey.
oh yeah, and I would like to see Jess and have a cup of tea and yeah. So no, but I like where your head's at.